Принимать.
To accept. To accept.
Она принимает приглашение с улыбкой.
She accepts the invitation with a smile. She accepts the invitation with a smile.
Он принял предложение о работе на прошлой неделе.
He accepted the job offer last week. He accepted the job offer last week.
Они приняли изменения к контракту.
They have accepted the changes to the contract. They have accepted the changes to the contract.
Действовать, исполнять роль.
To act. To act.
Он действует в интересах своих клиентов.
He acts in the best interests of his clients. He acts in the best interests of his clients.
В детстве она снималась в кино.
She acted in a movie when she was a child. She acted in a movie when she was a child.
После инцидента они действовали осторожно.
They have acted cautiously since the incident. They have acted cautiously since the incident.
Позволять, разрешать.
To allow. To allow.
Учитель разрешает нам пользоваться калькуляторами во время теста.
The teacher allows us to use calculators during the test. The teacher allows us to use calculators during the test.
Мои родители разрешили мне пойти на концерт с друзьями.
My parents allowed me to go to the concert with my friends. My parents allowed me to go to the concert with my friends.
С прошлого года компания разрешила удаленную работу.
The company has allowed remote work since last year. The company has allowed remote work since last year.
Отвечать.
To answer. To answer.
Она всегда отвечает на звонок после второго звонка.
She always answers the phone on the second ring. She always answers the phone on the second ring.
Он правильно ответил на все вопросы.
He answered all the questions correctly. He answered all the questions correctly.
Я ответил на электронные письма, которые вы мне прислали.
I have answered the emails you sent me. I have answered the emails you sent me.
Выглядеть, появляться.
To appear. To appear.
Он выглядит растерянным из-за этого вопроса.
He appears confused by the question. He appears confused by the question.
Волшебник появился из воздуха.
The magician appeared out of thin air. The magician appeared out of thin air.
Она появилась в нескольких бродвейских постановках.
She has appeared in several Broadway productions. She has appeared in several Broadway productions.
Применять, подать заявление.
To apply. To apply.
Они применяют новый метод для решения проблемы.
They apply a new method to solve the problem. They apply a new method to solve the problem.
Я подал заявку на должность, но не получил ее.
I applied for the position but didn't get it. I applied for the position but didn't get it.
Мы применили последнее обновление программного обеспечения.
We have applied the latest updates to the software. We have applied the latest updates to the software.
Спорить, аргументировать.
To argue. To argue.
Они спорят о политике каждый раз, когда встречаются.
They argue about politics every time they meet. They argue about politics every time they meet.
Вчера вечером мы спорили по поводу законопроекта.
We argued over the bill last night. We argued over the bill last night.
Он успешно аргументировал свою позицию перед присяжными.
He has argued his case effectively in front of the jury. He has argued his case effectively in front of the jury.
Располагать, договариваться.
To arrange. To arrange.
Она красиво расставляет цветы.
She arranges the flowers beautifully. She arranges the flowers beautifully.
Они договорились о встрече в четверг.
They arranged the meeting for Thursday. They arranged the meeting for Thursday.
Я договорился о замене на время моего отсутствия.
I have arranged for a replacement while I am away. I have arranged for a replacement while I am away.
Прибывать, приходить к чему-либо.
To arrive. To arrive.
Он приходит на работу ровно в 9 утра каждый день.
He arrives at work at 9 a.m. sharp every day. He arrives at work at 9 a.m. sharp every day.
Вчера вечером она опоздала на вечеринку.
She arrived late to the party last night. She arrived late to the party last night.
Они пришли к решению после нескольких часов обсуждений.
They have arrived at a solution after hours of discussion. They have arrived at a solution after hours of discussion.
Спрашивать, просить.
To ask. To ask.
Она задает много вопросов в классе.
She asks a lot of questions in class. She asks a lot of questions in class.
Он спросил, как пройти к музею.
He asked for directions to the museum. He asked for directions to the museum.
Сегодня утром они дважды просили о помощи.
They have asked for assistance twice this morning. They have asked for assistance twice this morning.
Брать на себя, предполагать, принимать.
To assume. To assume.
Он берет на себя ответственность за проект.
He assumes responsibility for the project. He assumes responsibility for the project.
Она предполагала, что я приду вовремя.
She assumed that I would be on time. She assumed that I would be on time.
В последнее время мы приняли более агрессивную стратегию.
We have assumed a more aggressive strategy lately. We have assumed a more aggressive strategy lately.
Прикреплять.
To attach. To attach.
Он прикрепляет документ к письму перед его отправкой.
He attaches a document to the email before sending it. He attaches a document to the email before sending it.
Она прикрепила фотографию к своему заявлению.
She attached a photo to her application. She attached a photo to her application.
К отчету прикрепили все необходимые файлы.
They have attached all necessary files to the report. They have attached all necessary files to the report.
Нападать, атаковать.
To attack. To attack.
Собака нападает на почтальона каждый раз, когда он приходит.
The dog attacks the postman every time he comes. The dog attacks the postman every time he comes.
Армия атаковала на рассвете.
The army attacked at dawn. The army attacked at dawn.
Вирус атаковал множество компьютеров по всему миру.
The virus has attacked many computers around the world. The virus has attacked many computers around the world.
Избегать.
To avoid. To avoid.
Она избегает сладостей, чтобы оставаться здоровой.
She avoids eating sweets to stay healthy. She avoids eating sweets to stay healthy.
Он годами избегал походов к дантисту.
He avoided going to the dentist for years. He avoided going to the dentist for years.
Они избегают принятия каких-либо окончательных решений.
They have avoided making any definitive decisions. They have avoided making any definitive decisions.
Основывать.
To base. To base.
Компания основывает свой успех на удовлетворении потребностей клиентов.
The company bases its success on customer satisfaction. The company bases its success on customer satisfaction.
Они основали свой фильм на реальной истории.
They based their film on a true story. They based their film on a true story.
Он основывал свои исследования на новых открытиях.
He has based his research on new findings. He has based his research on new findings.
Быть.
To be. To be.
Она довольна своей новой работой.
She is happy with her new job. She is happy with her new job.
Вчера они весь день были на пляже.
They were at the beach all day yesterday. They were at the beach all day yesterday.
В этом году я дважды был в Лондоне.
I have been to London twice this year. I have been to London twice this year.
Становиться.
To become. To become.
Он нервничает, когда ему приходится выступать публично.
He becomes anxious when he has to speak in public. He becomes anxious when he has to speak in public.
Она стала врачом в 2010 году.
She became a doctor in 2010. She became a doctor in 2010.
Они стали одними из ведущих экспертов в своей области.
They have become one of the leading experts in their field. They have become one of the leading experts in their field.
Начинать.
To begin. To begin.
Шоу начинается в 8 часов вечера каждую ночь.
The show begins at 8 p.m. every night. The show begins at 8 p.m. every night.
Концерт начался поздно из-за технических проблем.
The concert began late due to technical difficulties. The concert began late due to technical difficulties.
Я начал понимать сложности вопроса.
I have begun to understand the complexities of the issue. I have begun to understand the complexities of the issue.
Верить.
To believe. To believe.
Он верит в то, что каждому должен быть предоставлен равный шанс.
He believes in giving everyone a fair chance. He believes in giving everyone a fair chance.
Они верили, что погода будет хорошей для поездки.
They believed the weather would be good for the trip. They believed the weather would be good for the trip.
Она с самого начала верила в ваш потенциал.
She has believed in your potential since the beginning. She has believed in your potential since the beginning.
Принадлежать.
To belong. To belong.
Эта книга принадлежит библиотеке.
This book belongs to the library. This book belongs to the library.
Древняя ваза принадлежала римскому императору.
The ancient vase belonged to a Roman emperor. The ancient vase belonged to a Roman emperor.
Этот кот принадлежал ей уже более 10 лет.
That cat has belonged to her for over a decade. That cat has belonged to her for over a decade.
Ломать.
To break. To break.
Он ломает карандаш каждый раз, когда расстраивается.
He breaks a pencil every time he gets frustrated. He breaks a pencil every time he gets frustrated.
Вчера она разбила экран телефона.
She broke her phone screen yesterday. She broke her phone screen yesterday.
Я сломал свои очки, поэтому мне нужна новая пара.
I have broken my glasses, so I need a new pair. I have broken my glasses, so I need a new pair.
Приносить.
To bring. To bring.
Она каждый день приносит обед на работу.
She brings her lunch to work every day. She brings her lunch to work every day.
Он привел на вечеринку своего друга.
He brought his friend to the party. He brought his friend to the party.
Все необходимые документы для подачи заявления я принес с собой.
I have brought all the necessary documents for the application. I have brought all the necessary documents for the application.
Строить.
To build. To build.
Они изготавливают мебель на заказ для своих клиентов.
They build custom furniture for their clients. They build custom furniture for their clients.
Мы построили на пляже замок из песка.
We built a sandcastle at the beach. We built a sandcastle at the beach.
Они построили забор.
They have built a fence. They have built a fence.
Гореть.
To burn. To burn.
Сухие листья быстро горят.
Dry leaves burn quickly. Dry leaves burn quickly.
Свеча перегорела несколько часов назад.
The candle burned out a few hours ago. The candle burned out a few hours ago.
Они сожгли все старые документы.
They have burned all the old documents. They have burned all the old documents.
Покупать.
To buy. To buy.
Он покупает новую книгу каждый месяц.
He buys a new book every month. He buys a new book every month.
В прошлом году она купила новую машину.
She bought a new car last year. She bought a new car last year.
Мы купили достаточно еды на всю неделю.
We have bought enough food for the entire week. We have bought enough food for the entire week.
Звонить.
To call. To call.
Она звонит матери каждое воскресенье.
She calls her mother every Sunday. She calls her mother every Sunday.
Он позвонил, чтобы отменить встречу.
He called to cancel the appointment. He called to cancel the appointment.
Они звонили уже 3 раза.
They have called 3 times already. They have called 3 times already.
Нести.
To carry. To carry.
Он несет рюкзак в школу.
He carries a backpack to school. He carries a backpack to school.
Она несла ребенка на руках.
She carried the baby in her arms. She carried the baby in her arms.
Они слишком долго несли это бремя.
They have carried this burden for too long. They have carried this burden for too long.
Ловить, схватить.
To catch. To catch.
Кот часто ловит мышей.
The cat often catches mice. The cat often catches mice.
Он поймал мяч во время игры.
He caught the ball during the game. He caught the ball during the game.
Этой зимой я дважды заболел гриппом.
I have caught the flu twice this winter. I have caught the flu twice this winter.
Менять.
To change. To change.
Она часто меняет прическу.
She changes her hairstyle frequently. She changes her hairstyle frequently.
Они изменили планировку комнаты.
They changed the layout of the room. They changed the layout of the room.
За последние 5 лет он несколько раз менял работу.
He has changed jobs several times in the past 5 years. He has changed jobs several times in the past 5 years.
Предпочитать, выбирать.
To choose. To choose.
Он предпочитает ходить пешком, а не водить машину.
He chooses to walk instead of drive. He chooses to walk instead of drive.
Она выбрала для мероприятия красное платье.
She chose the red dress for the event. She chose the red dress for the event.
Они выбрали нового лидера.
They have chosen a new leader. They have chosen a new leader.
Утверждать, добиваться, требовать по праву.
To claim. To claim.
Она утверждает, что может говорить на 6 языках.
She claims she can speak 6 languages. She claims she can speak 6 languages.
Он получил главный приз конкурса.
He claimed the top prize in the competition. He claimed the top prize in the competition.
Они забрали свой багаж с карусели.
They have claimed their luggage from the carousel. They have claimed their luggage from the carousel.
Чистить, очищать.
To clean. To clean.
Он убирает свою комнату каждую субботу.
He cleans his room every Saturday. He cleans his room every Saturday.
Она убиралась на кухне после приготовления пищи.
She cleaned the kitchen after cooking. She cleaned the kitchen after cooking.
Я помыл окна внутри и снаружи.
I have cleaned the windows inside and out. I have cleaned the windows inside and out.
Взбираться.
To climb. To climb.
Она поднимается по лестнице вместо того, чтобы пользоваться лифтом.
She climbs the stairs instead of taking the elevator. She climbs the stairs instead of taking the elevator.
Он поднялся на самую высокую вершину в этом районе.
He climbed the highest peak in the area. He climbed the highest peak in the area.
Они вместе поднялись на множество гор.
They have climbed many mountains together. They have climbed many mountains together.
Закрывать, завершать.
To close. To close.
Она закрывает магазин в 9 часов вечера каждую ночь.
She closes the shop at 9 p.m. every night. She closes the shop at 9 p.m. every night.
Он успешно завершил сделку.
He closed the deal successfully. He closed the deal successfully.
Я закрыл все открытые вкладки на своем компьютере.
I have closed all the open tabs on my computer. I have closed all the open tabs on my computer.
Коллекционировать, собирать.
To collect. To collect.
В качестве хобби он коллекционирует редкие монеты.
He collects rare coins as a hobby. He collects rare coins as a hobby.
Она собирала ракушки на пляже.
She collected seashells on the beach. She collected seashells on the beach.
Они собрали достаточно доказательств по делу.
They have collected enough evidence for the case. They have collected enough evidence for the case.
Происходить, приходить.
To come. To come.
Она родом из маленького городка.
She comes from a small town. She comes from a small town.
Он пришел на вечеринку один.
He came to the party alone. He came to the party alone.
Они пришли к соглашению.
They have come to an agreement. They have come to an agreement.
Сравнивать.
To compare. To compare.
Он сравнивает цены, прежде чем совершить покупку.
He compares prices before making a purchase. He compares prices before making a purchase.
Она тщательно сравнила два отчета.
She compared the two reports carefully. She compared the two reports carefully.
Мы сравнили записи и готовы продолжить.
We have compared notes and are ready to proceed. We have compared notes and are ready to proceed.
Соревноваться.
To compete. To compete.
Они регулярно участвуют в теннисных турнирах.
They compete in tennis tournaments regularly. They compete in tennis tournaments regularly.
В прошлом году она участвовала в марафоне.
She competed in the marathon last year. She competed in the marathon last year.
Он участвовал в соревнованиях на национальном уровне.
He has competed at the national level. He has competed at the national level.
Жаловаться.
To complain. To complain.
Она постоянно жалуется на погоду.
She complains about the weather constantly. She complains about the weather constantly.
Он жаловался на обслуживание в ресторане.
He complained about the service at the restaurant. He complained about the service at the restaurant.
Они несколько раз жаловались менеджеру.
They have complained to the manager several times. They have complained to the manager several times.
Завершать, выполнять.
To complete. To complete.
Он делает домашнее задание перед ужином.
He completes his homework before dinner. He completes his homework before dinner.
Она завершила проект раньше срока.
She completed the project ahead of schedule. She completed the project ahead of schedule.
Я выполнил все требования для получения степени.
I have completed all the requirements for my degree. I have completed all the requirements for my degree.
Беспокоить, интересоваться.
To concern. To concern.
Экологические проблемы его очень волнуют.
Environmental issues concern him greatly. Environmental issues concern him greatly.
Ее беспокоила возможность неудачи.
The possibility of failure concerned her. The possibility of failure concerned her.
Они интересовались деталями плана.
They have concerned themselves with the details of the plan. They have concerned themselves with the details of the plan.
Подтверждать.
To confirm. To confirm.
Она подтверждает свои встречи накануне.
She confirms her appointments the day before. She confirms her appointments the day before.
Он подтвердил свой рейс онлайн.
He confirmed his flight online. He confirmed his flight online.
Они подтвердили свое участие в мероприятии.
They have confirmed their attendance at the event. They have confirmed their attendance at the event.
Соединять.
To connect. To connect.
Этот поезд соединяет два города.
This train connects the two cities. This train connects the two cities.
Она соединила точки и решила головоломку.
She connected the dots and solved the puzzle. She connected the dots and solved the puzzle.
Мы соединили вас с отделом обслуживания клиентов.
We have connected you to the customer service department. We have connected you to the customer service department.
Рассматривать, обдумывать.
To consider. To consider.
Он рассматривает все варианты, прежде чем принять решение.
He considers all options before making a decision. He considers all options before making a decision.
Она подумывала о переезде за границу на работу.
She considered moving abroad for work. She considered moving abroad for work.
Они серьезно рассмотрели ваше предложение.
They have considered your proposal seriously. They have considered your proposal seriously.
Продолжать.
To continue. To continue.
Она продолжает совершенствоваться с каждым уроком.
She continues to improve with each lesson. She continues to improve with each lesson.
Он продолжал работать, несмотря на шум.
He continued working despite the noise. He continued working despite the noise.
Я продолжал поддерживать команду, несмотря ни на что.
I have continued to support the team through thick and thin. I have continued to support the team through thick and thin.
Вносить, жертвовать.
To contribute. To contribute.
Он каждый месяц отчисляет взносы в пенсионный фонд.
He contributes to a retirement fund every month. He contributes to a retirement fund every month.
Она поделилась своими идеями в обсуждении.
She contributed her ideas to the discussion. She contributed her ideas to the discussion.
Они много лет занимаются благотворительностью.
They have contributed to the charity for many years. They have contributed to the charity for many years.
Контролировать, управлять.
To control. To control.
Она эффективно контролирует бизнес-операции.
She controls the business operations efficiently. She controls the business operations efficiently.
Он управлял компанией до выхода на пенсию.
He controlled the company until his retirement. He controlled the company until his retirement.
Они контролировали свои расходы в этом месяце.
They have controlled their spending this month. They have controlled their spending this month.
Готовить.
To cook. To cook.
Он каждый вечер готовит ужин для своей семьи.
He cooks dinner for his family every night. He cooks dinner for his family every night.
В прошлое воскресенье она приготовила обед из 3 блюд.
She cooked a 3-course meal last Sunday. She cooked a 3-course meal last Sunday.
Я готовлю из ингредиентов со всего мира.
I have cooked with ingredients from all over the world. I have cooked with ingredients from all over the world.
Копировать, списывать.
To copy. To copy.
Она копирует файлы на резервный диск.
She copies the files to a backup drive. She copies the files to a backup drive.
Он списал домашнее задание у одноклассника.
He copied his homework from his classmate. He copied his homework from his classmate.
Они скопировали макет оригинального дизайна.
They have copied the layout from the original design. They have copied the layout from the original design.
Исправлять.
To correct. To correct.
Она всегда поправляет меня, когда я делаю ошибку.
She always corrects me when I make a mistake. She always corrects me when I make a mistake.
Вчера он исправил ошибки в отчете.
He corrected the errors in the report yesterday. He corrected the errors in the report yesterday.
Они исправили все неточности в счетах.
They have corrected all the discrepancies in the accounts. They have corrected all the discrepancies in the accounts.
Стоить.
To cost. To cost.
Этот телефон стоит дороже, чем другие модели.
This phone costs more than the other models. This phone costs more than the other models.
Поездка обошлась мне в целое состояние.
The trip cost me a fortune. The trip cost me a fortune.
Им стоило приложить много усилий, чтобы достичь этого уровня.
It has cost them a lot of effort to reach this level. It has cost them a lot of effort to reach this level.
Мочь.
Can. Can.
Не могли бы вы помочь мне с этим?
Can you help me with this? Can you help me with this?
Вчера я видел растерянность на его лице.
I could see the confusion on his face yesterday. I could see the confusion on his face yesterday.
Они могли бы уже закончить проект.
They could have finished the project by now. They could have finished the project by now.
Считать.
To count. To count.
Она считает шаги, когда бежит.
She counts her steps when she runs. She counts her steps when she runs.
Он пересчитал все стулья, чтобы убедиться, что их достаточно.
He counted all the chairs to make sure there were enough. He counted all the chairs to make sure there were enough.
Они подсчитали голоса 3 раза.
They have counted the votes 3 times. They have counted the votes 3 times.
Обеспечить покрытие и покрывать.
To cover. To cover.
Этот страховой полис покрывает все виды чрезвычайных ситуаций.
This insurance policy covers all kinds of emergencies. This insurance policy covers all kinds of emergencies.
Одеяло застилало всю кровать.
The blanket covered the whole bed. The blanket covered the whole bed.
За ночь улицы покрыл снег.
Snow has covered the streets overnight. Snow has covered the streets overnight.
Создавать.
To create. To create.
Каждую неделю он создает новое произведение искусства.
He creates a new piece of art every week. He creates a new piece of art every week.
Прошлым летом она создала прекрасный сад.
She created a beautiful garden last summer. She created a beautiful garden last summer.
Они создали новую программу.
They have created a new software program. They have created a new software program.
Резать.
To cut. To cut.
Она тщательно разрежает ткань перед тем, как шить.
She cuts the fabric carefully before sewing. She cuts the fabric carefully before sewing.
Он порезал палец, когда нарезал овощи.
He cut his finger while chopping vegetables. He cut his finger while chopping vegetables.
Я исключил сахар из своего рациона.
I have cut out sugar from my diet. I have cut out sugar from my diet.
Иметь дело с.
To deal. To deal.
Он ежедневно общается с клиентами.
He deals with clients on a daily basis. He deals with clients on a daily basis.
Она оперативно справилась с проблемой.
She dealt with the issue promptly. She dealt with the issue promptly.
Раньше они сталкивались с более сложными проблемами.
They have dealt with more complex problems before. They have dealt with more complex problems before.
Решать.
To decide. To decide.
Она быстро принимает решения, когда дело касается деловых вопросов.
She decides quickly when it comes to business matters. She decides quickly when it comes to business matters.
Он решил переехать в новый город по работе.
He decided to move to a new city for his job. He decided to move to a new city for his job.
Мы решили поехать в отпуск в следующем месяце.
We have decided to go on a vacation next month. We have decided to go on a vacation next month.
Доставлять.
To deliver. To deliver.
Он доставляет посылки по всему району.
He delivers packages all around the neighborhood. He delivers packages all around the neighborhood.
Грузчики вчера доставили мебель.
The movers delivered the furniture yesterday. The movers delivered the furniture yesterday.
Они доставили все заказы вовремя.
They have delivered all the orders on time. They have delivered all the orders on time.
Требовать.
To demand. To demand.
Работа требует большого внимания к деталям.
The job demands a lot of attention to detail. The job demands a lot of attention to detail.
Рабочие требовали лучших условий.
The workers demanded better conditions. The workers demanded better conditions.
Она потребовала от них извинений.
She has demanded an apology from them. She has demanded an apology from them.
Отрицать.
To deny. To deny.
Он отрицает все выдвинутые против него обвинения.
He denies all the accusations against him. He denies all the accusations against him.
Она отрицала, что знала о преступлении.
She denied having any knowledge of the crime. She denied having any knowledge of the crime.
Они опровергли слухи о своей компании.
They have denied the rumors about their company. They have denied the rumors about their company.
Зависеть.
To depend. To depend.
Успех часто зависит от усердной работы.
Success often depends on hard work. Success often depends on hard work.
Наши планы зависели от погоды.
Our plans depended on the weather. Our plans depended on the weather.
Результат зависел от множества различных факторов.
The outcome has depended on many different factors. The outcome has depended on many different factors.
Описывать.
To describe. To describe.
Он описывает свои переживания очень подробно.
He describes his experiences with great detail. He describes his experiences with great detail.
Она описала место происшествия полиции.
She described the scene to the police. She described the scene to the police.
Я описывала им процесс несколько раз.
I have described the process to them several times. I have described the process to them several times.
Создавать.
To design. To design.
Она проектирует современную мебель для жизни.
She designs modern furniture for a living. She designs modern furniture for a living.
Он спроектировал свой собственный дом.
He designed his own house. He designed his own house.
Они разработали несколько продуктов, отмеченных наградами.
They have designed several award-winning products. They have designed several award-winning products.
Разрушать.
To destroy. To destroy.
Огонь может уничтожить лес за несколько дней.
Fire can destroy a forest in days. Fire can destroy a forest in days.
Шторм разрушил прибрежную деревню.
The storm destroyed the coastal village. The storm destroyed the coastal village.
Война разрушила множество древних памятников.
War has destroyed many ancient monuments. War has destroyed many ancient monuments.
Определять, решаться.
To determine. To determine.
Тесты определяют наши итоговые оценки.
Tests determine our final grades. Tests determine our final grades.
Она определила причину проблемы.
She determined the cause of the problem. She determined the cause of the problem.
Они решили изменить свою жизнь.
They have determined to make a change in their lives. They have determined to make a change in their lives.
Развивать, создавать.
To develop. To develop.
Он разрабатывает программное обеспечение для мобильных устройств.
He develops software for mobile devices. He develops software for mobile devices.
Она разработала новую теорию в своей области.
She developed a new theory in her field. She developed a new theory in her field.
За эти годы у нас сложилась близкая дружба.
We have developed a close friendship over the years. We have developed a close friendship over the years.
Умереть.
To die. To die.
Звезды умирают через миллиарды лет.
Stars die after billions of years. Stars die after billions of years.
Растение погибло от нехватки воды.
The plant died from lack of water. The plant died from lack of water.
Многие виды вымерли за столетия.
Many species have died out over the centuries. Many species have died out over the centuries.
Обнаружить.
To discover. To discover.
Каждый год ученые открывают новые виды.
Scientists discover new species every year. Scientists discover new species every year.
Он обнаружил скрытый талант к живописи.
He discovered a hidden talent for painting. He discovered a hidden talent for painting.
Во время карантина она открыла для себя радость выпечки.
She has discovered the joy of baking during quarantine. She has discovered the joy of baking during quarantine.
Обсуждать.
To discuss. To discuss.
Они обсуждают свои финансы каждый месяц.
They discuss their finances every month. They discuss their finances every month.
Вчера мы обсуждали условия соглашения.
We discussed the terms of the agreement yesterday. We discussed the terms of the agreement yesterday.
Я обсудил этот вопрос со всеми участвующими сторонами.
I have discussed the matter with all parties involved. I have discussed the matter with all parties involved.
Разделять.
To divide. To divide.
Учитель делит учеников на группы для выполнения проекта.
The teacher divides the students into groups for the project. The teacher divides the students into groups for the project.
Она разделила торт на 8 равных частей.
She divided the cake into 8 equal pieces. She divided the cake into 8 equal pieces.
Они разделили прибыль между акционерами.
They have divided the profits among the shareholders. They have divided the profits among the shareholders.
Делать.
To do. To do.
Он делает домашнее задание вечером.
He does his homework in the evening. He does his homework in the evening.
Она сделала все возможное, чтобы выиграть соревнование.
She did her best to win the competition. She did her best to win the competition.
Я сделал все, что мог, чтобы помочь.
I have done all I can to help. I have done all I can to help.
Рисовать.
To draw. To draw.
Она рисует эскиз каждый день, чтобы улучшить свои навыки.
She draws a sketch every day to improve her skills. She draws a sketch every day to improve her skills.
Он нарисовал карту, чтобы показать нам путь.
He drew a map to show us the way. He drew a map to show us the way.
Они составили договор.
They have drawn up a contract. They have drawn up a contract.
Мечтать.
To dream. To dream.
Он мечтает однажды стать пилотом.
He dreams of becoming a pilot one day. He dreams of becoming a pilot one day.
Она мечтала путешествовать по миру.
She dreamed about traveling the world. She dreamed about traveling the world.
Я так долго мечтал об этом моменте.
I have dreamed of this moment for so long. I have dreamed of this moment for so long.
Водить машину.
To drive. To drive.
Она каждое утро ездит на работу.
She drives to work every morning. She drives to work every morning.
Он ехал всю ночь, чтобы добраться домой.
He drove through the night to get home. He drove through the night to get home.
Они несколько раз проехали через всю страну.
They have driven across the country several times. They have driven across the country several times.
Падать, ронять, сбрасывать.
To drop. To drop.
Капли дождя падают с листьев после дождя.
Raindrops drop from the leaves after the rain. Raindrops drop from the leaves after the rain.
Она уронила стакан, и он разбился.
She dropped the glass and it shattered. She dropped the glass and it shattered.
Он сбросил 10 фунтов с тех пор, как начал заниматься спортом.
He has dropped 10 pounds since he started exercising. He has dropped 10 pounds since he started exercising.
Есть.
To eat. To eat.
Он каждый день ест полезный завтрак.
He eats a healthy breakfast every day. He eats a healthy breakfast every day.
Она съела слишком много торта на вечеринке.
She ate too much cake at the party. She ate too much cake at the party.
Я много раз ел в этом ресторане.
I have eaten at that restaurant many times. I have eaten at that restaurant many times.
Давать возможность.
To enable. To enable.
Эта функция позволяет пользователям получать удаленный доступ к своим файлам.
This feature enables users to access their files remotely. This feature enables users to access their files remotely.
Новая политика позволила большему количеству людей получить медицинскую помощь.
The new policy enabled more people to get healthcare. The new policy enabled more people to get healthcare.
Технологии позволили нам мгновенно общаться по всему миру.
Technology has enabled us to communicate instantly across the world. Technology has enabled us to communicate instantly across the world.
Поощрять.
To encourage. To encourage.
Она поощряет своих учеников проявлять творческий подход.
She encourages her students to be creative. She encourages her students to be creative.
Он поддержал меня в подаче заявления на работу.
He encouraged me to apply for the job. He encouraged me to apply for the job.
Они поддерживали друг друга в трудные времена.
They have encouraged each other through tough times. They have encouraged each other through tough times.
Любить, наслаждаться.
To enjoy. To enjoy.
Ей нравится ходить в походы в горы.
She enjoys hiking in the mountains. She enjoys hiking in the mountains.
Им понравился вчерашний концерт.
They enjoyed the concert last night. They enjoyed the concert last night.
Мне очень понравилось наше общение.
I have enjoyed our conversations immensely. I have enjoyed our conversations immensely.
Обеспечивать, гарантировать.
To ensure. To ensure.
Перед уходом он следит за тем, чтобы все двери были заперты.
He ensures that all the doors are locked before leaving. He ensures that all the doors are locked before leaving.
Она позаботилась о том, чтобы посылка была доставлена вовремя.
She ensured that the package was delivered on time. She ensured that the package was delivered on time.
Они обеспечили соблюдение всех правил.
They have ensured compliance with all the regulations. They have ensured compliance with all the regulations.
Устанавливать, основывать, упрочивать.
To establish. To establish.
Компания каждый год устанавливает новые партнерские отношения.
The company establishes new partnerships each year. The company establishes new partnerships each year.
Они создали фонд помощи жертвам.
They established a fund for the victims. They established a fund for the victims.
Она зарекомендовала себя как ведущий эксперт в своей области.
She has established herself as a leading expert in her field. She has established herself as a leading expert in her field.
Рассматривать, исследовать.
To examine. To examine.
Врачи внимательно осматривают пациентов.
Doctors examine patients carefully. Doctors examine patients carefully.
Детектив исследовал улики.
The detective examined the evidence. The detective examined the evidence.
Мы тщательно изучили все предложения.
We have examined all the proposals thoroughly. We have examined all the proposals thoroughly.
Существовать.
To exist. To exist.
Динозавров больше не существует.
Dinosaurs no longer exist. Dinosaurs no longer exist.
Старое здание просуществовало более века, прежде чем было снесено.
The old building existed for over a century before being demolished. The old building existed for over a century before being demolished.
Такой возможности еще никогда не существовало.
Such an opportunity has never existed before. Such an opportunity has never existed before.
Ожидать.
To expect. To expect.
Она ожидает быстрого ответа.
She expects a prompt reply. She expects a prompt reply.
Они ожидали лучших результатов.
They expected better results. They expected better results.
Он ожидал слишком многого от нового программного обеспечения.
He has expected too much from the new software. He has expected too much from the new software.
Испытывать, переживать, узнать по опыту.
To experience. To experience.
Она испытывает радость от каждого нового открытия.
She experiences joy with every new discovery. She experiences joy with every new discovery.
Он испытывал трудности с изучением нового языка.
He experienced difficulty in learning the new language. He experienced difficulty in learning the new language.
В этом году они значительно выросли.
They have experienced significant growth this year. They have experienced significant growth this year.
Объяснять.
To explain. To explain.
Учитель ясно объясняет урок.
The teacher explains the lesson clearly. The teacher explains the lesson clearly.
Она объяснила причины своего ухода.
She explained her reasons for leaving. She explained her reasons for leaving.
Я объяснил команде процедуру.
I have explained the procedure to the team. I have explained the procedure to the team.
Исследовать.
To explore. To explore.
Он исследует новые города без карты.
He explores new cities without a map. He explores new cities without a map.
Она исследовала пещеру со своими друзьями.
She explored the cave with her friends. She explored the cave with her friends.
Они исследовали различные решения проблемы.
They have explored various solutions to the problem. They have explored various solutions to the problem.
Выражать.
To express. To express.
Она выражает себя через живопись.
She expresses herself through painting. She expresses herself through painting.
Он открыто выразил свое недовольство.
He expressed his dissatisfaction openly. He expressed his dissatisfaction openly.
Они выразили готовность вести переговоры.
They have expressed their willingness to negotiate. They have expressed their willingness to negotiate.
Предоставлять, пригласить, продлевать.
To extend. To extend.
Компания предоставляет кредит своим клиентам.
The company extends credit to its customers. The company extends credit to its customers.
Она пригласила всех своих коллег.
She extended an invitation to all her colleagues. She extended an invitation to all her colleagues.
Они продлили свое пребывание на неделю.
They have extended their stay by a week. They have extended their stay by a week.
Столкнуться.
To face. To face.
Каждый день он сталкивается с новыми проблемами.
He faces new challenges every day. He faces new challenges every day.
Она столкнулась со своими страхами и прыгнула с парашютом.
She faced her fears and skydived. She faced her fears and skydived.
В своей карьере я столкнулся со многими препятствиями.
I have faced many obstacles in my career. I have faced many obstacles in my career.
Падать.
To fall. To fall.
Осенью с деревьев опадают листья.
Leaves fall from the trees in autumn. Leaves fall from the trees in autumn.
Он упал с велосипеда и ушиб колено.
He fell off the bike and bruised his knee. He fell off the bike and bruised his knee.
Экономика впала в рецессию.
The economy has fallen into a recession. The economy has fallen into a recession.
Кормить, бросать монетки.
To feed. To feed.
Она кормит кошек 2 раза в день.
She feeds the cats twice a day. She feeds the cats twice a day.
Вчера они покормили собаку.
They fed the dog yesterday. They fed the dog yesterday.
Благодаря своей благотворительной деятельности он накормил сотни бездомных.
He has fed hundreds of homeless people through his charity. He has fed hundreds of homeless people through his charity.
Чувствовать.
To feel. To feel.
Утром ему холодно.
He feels cold in the morning. He feels cold in the morning.
Она была рада вечеринке-сюрпризу.
She felt happy about the surprise party. She felt happy about the surprise party.
Они почувствовали влияние новой политики.
They have felt the impact of the new policy. They have felt the impact of the new policy.
Драться.
To fight. To fight.
Солдаты сражаются за свою страну.
Soldiers fight for their country. Soldiers fight for their country.
Он храбро сражался в битве.
He fought bravely in the battle. He fought bravely in the battle.
Она боролась за право женщин всю свою жизнь.
She has fought for women's rights her entire life. She has fought for women's rights her entire life.
Находить, составить мнение.
To find. To find.
Она находит радость в мелочах.
She finds joy in the little things. She finds joy in the little things.
Они нашли потерявшегося котенка во дворе.
They found a lost kitten in their yard. They found a lost kitten in their yard.
Книга показалась мне очень поучительной.
I have found the book very enlightening. I have found the book very enlightening.
Заканчивать.
To finish. To finish.
Он заканчивает работу в 18 часов каждый день.
He finishes work at 6 p.m. every day. He finishes work at 6 p.m. every day.
Она закончила марафон, несмотря на травму.
She finished the marathon despite the injury. She finished the marathon despite the injury.
Они завершили проект раньше срока.
They have finished the project ahead of schedule. They have finished the project ahead of schedule.
Подходить, соответствовать.
To fit. To fit.
Этот ключ идеально подходит к замку.
This key fits the lock perfectly. This key fits the lock perfectly.
Платье идеально подошло ей в прошлом году.
The dress fit her perfectly last year. The dress fit her perfectly last year.
Он собрал все части головоломки вместе.
He has fit all the pieces of the puzzle together. He has fit all the pieces of the puzzle together.
Летать.
To fly. To fly.
Птицы улетают на юг на зимовку.
Birds fly south for the winter. Birds fly south for the winter.
Она прилетела в Париж на показ мод.
She flew to Paris for a fashion show. She flew to Paris for a fashion show.
Они несколько раз летали вместе.
They have flown together several times. They have flown together several times.
Следовать, следить.
To follow. To follow.
Он соблюдает строгую диету.
He follows a strict diet. He follows a strict diet.
Она точно следовала рецепту.
She followed the recipe exactly. She followed the recipe exactly.
Они внимательно следили за развитием событий.
They have followed the developments closely. They have followed the developments closely.
Забывать.
To forget. To forget.
Она часто забывает ключи.
She forgets her keys frequently. She forgets her keys frequently.
Он забыл о своей годовщине вчера.
He forgot his anniversary yesterday. He forgot his anniversary yesterday.
Я забыл, куда положил свои очки.
I have forgotten where I put my glasses. I have forgotten where I put my glasses.
Прощать.
To forgive. To forgive.
Она легко прощает, но не забывает.
She forgives easily but doesn't forget. She forgives easily but doesn't forget.
Он простил своего друга за опоздание.
He forgave his friend for being late. He forgave his friend for being late.
Они простили друг другу прошлые ошибки.
They have forgiven each other for past mistakes. They have forgiven each other for past mistakes.
Замерзать.
To freeze. To freeze.
Вода замерзает при температуре 0 градусов Цельсия.
Water freezes at 0 degrees Celsius. Water freezes at 0 degrees Celsius.
Озеро замерзло прошлой ночью.
The lake froze over last night. The lake froze over last night.
Этой зимой трижды был мороз.
It has frozen 3 times this winter. It has frozen 3 times this winter.
Получать, совершенствоваться.
To get. To get.
Каждое утро он встает в 7 утра.
He gets up at 7 a.m. every morning. He gets up at 7 a.m. every morning.
В прошлом месяце она получила новую работу.
She got a new job last month. She got a new job last month.
Они стали лучше общаться.
They have gotten better at communicating. They have gotten better at communicating.
Давать.
To give. To give.
Она дает честный отзыв.
She gives honest feedback. She gives honest feedback.
Он выступил с речью на конференции.
He gave a speech at the conference. He gave a speech at the conference.
Я много думал над вашим предложением.
I have given a lot of thought to your proposal. I have given a lot of thought to your proposal.
Идти.
To go. To go.
Он ходит в спортзал каждый день.
He goes to the gym every day. He goes to the gym every day.
Вчера она ходила на рынок.
She went to the market yesterday. She went to the market yesterday.
Они ездили в Испанию каждое лето в течение последних 5 лет.
They have gone to Spain every summer for the last 5 years. They have gone to Spain every summer for the last 5 years.
Расти.
To grow. To grow.
Растения растут быстрее при достаточном солнечном свете.
Plants grow faster with adequate sunlight. Plants grow faster with adequate sunlight.
Компания быстро росла в первый год своего существования.
The company grew rapidly in its first year. The company grew rapidly in its first year.
Она так выросла с тех пор, как я видел ее в последний раз.
She has grown so much since the last time I saw her. She has grown so much since the last time I saw her.
Иметь дело, обращаться.
To handle. To handle.
Она профессионально рассматривает жалобы клиентов.
She handles customer complaints professionally. She handles customer complaints professionally.
Он бережно обращался с хрупким оборудованием.
He handled the delicate equipment with care. He handled the delicate equipment with care.
Они уже решали подобные ситуации раньше.
They have handled similar situations before. They have handled similar situations before.
Повесить.
To hang. To hang.
Картины висят на стене.
Pictures hang on the wall. Pictures hang on the wall.
Она повесила пальто в шкаф.
She hung her coat in the closet. She hung her coat in the closet.
В гостиной повесили новые шторы.
They have hung new curtains in the living room. They have hung new curtains in the living room.
Происходить, случаться.
To happen. To happen.
Несчастные случаи происходят неожиданно.
Accidents happen unexpectedly. Accidents happen unexpectedly.
Встреча произошла вчера.
The meeting happened yesterday. The meeting happened yesterday.
Что случилось с пропавшими файлами?
What has happened to the missing files? What has happened to the missing files?
Иметь.
To have. To have.
У меня встреча в 10 утра.
I have a meeting at 10 a.m. I have a meeting at 10 a.m.
Он прекрасно провел время на вечеринке.
He had a great time at the party. He had a great time at the party.
У них одна и та же машина уже 10 лет.
They have had the same car for 10 years. They have had the same car for 10 years.
Слышать.
To hear. To hear.
Она слышит звон в ушах.
She hears a ringing in her ears. She hears a ringing in her ears.
Он услышал эту новость вчера вечером.
He heard the news last night. He heard the news last night.
Я слышал эту песню много раз.
I have heard that song many times. I have heard that song many times.
Помогать.
To help. To help.
По выходным она помогает в местном приюте.
She helps out at the local shelter on weekends. She helps out at the local shelter on weekends.
Он помог своему другу переехать в новую квартиру.
He helped his friend move to a new apartment. He helped his friend move to a new apartment.
Они нам очень помогли в реализации проекта.
They have helped us tremendously with the project. They have helped us tremendously with the project.
Прятаться.
To hide. To hide.
Солнце прячется за облаками.
The sun hides behind the clouds. The sun hides behind the clouds.
Она спрятала подарки от детей.
She hid the presents from the children. She hid the presents from the children.
Он спрятал ключи где-то в этой комнате.
He has hidden the keys somewhere in this room. He has hidden the keys somewhere in this room.
Бить, ударять, попадать в цель.
To hit. To hit.
Игроки сбитые отбивают мяч в крикете.
Batsmen hit the ball in cricket. Batsmen hit the ball in cricket.
Вчера вечером машина врезалась в дерево.
The car hit a tree last night. The car hit a tree last night.
Она каждый раз попадала в цель.
She has hit the target every time. She has hit the target every time.
Вмещать, держать.
To hold. To hold.
Кувшин вмещает 2 литра воды.
The jug holds 2 liters of water. The jug holds 2 liters of water.
Она держала ребенка на руках.
She held the baby in her arms. She held the baby in her arms.
Они удерживали чемпионский титул 3 года.
They have held the championship title for 3 years. They have held the championship title for 3 years.
Надеяться.
To hope. To hope.
Он надеется поехать в Японию в следующем году.
He hopes to travel to Japan next year. He hopes to travel to Japan next year.
Она надеялась на положительный ответ.
She hoped for a positive response. She hoped for a positive response.
Мы надеялись на перемену погоды.
We have hoped for a change in the weather. We have hoped for a change in the weather.
Причинять боль, ранить.
To hurt. To hurt.
Моя рука болит, когда я ее поднимаю.
My arm hurts when I lift it. My arm hurts when I lift it.
Он повредил лодыжку, играя в футбол.
He hurt his ankle playing soccer. He hurt his ankle playing soccer.
Она уже несколько раз повредила спину.
She has hurt her back several times before. She has hurt her back several times before.
Идентифицировать.
To identify. To identify.
Он определяет тенденции на рынке.
He identifies trends in the market. He identifies trends in the market.
Она опознала подозреваемого в очереди.
She identified the suspect in the lineup. She identified the suspect in the lineup.
Они определили новый вид.
They have identified a new species. They have identified a new species.
Представлять.
To imagine. To imagine.
Дети представляют себе всяких фантастических существ.
Children imagine all sorts of fantastic creatures. Children imagine all sorts of fantastic creatures.
Она представляла себе лучшую жизнь за границей.
She imagined a better life abroad. She imagined a better life abroad.
Я так долго представлял себе этот момент.
I have imagined this moment for so long. I have imagined this moment for so long.
Осуществлять.
To implement. To implement.
Компания каждый год внедряет новую политику.
The company implements new policies every year. The company implements new policies every year.
Изменения они внедрили немедленно.
They implemented the changes immediately. They implemented the changes immediately.
Мы учли все отзывы наших пользователей.
We have implemented all the feedback from our users. We have implemented all the feedback from our users.
Подразумевать, намекать.
To imply. To imply.
Его тон подразумевает, что он недоволен.
His tone implies that he is unhappy. His tone implies that he is unhappy.
Она намекнула, что в этой истории есть нечто большее.
She implied that there was more to the story. She implied that there was more to the story.
Он выразил готовность к переговорам.
He has implied a willingness to negotiate. He has implied a willingness to negotiate.
Улучшать.
To improve. To improve.
Она становится лучше с каждой тренировкой.
She improves with every practice session. She improves with every practice session.
Он улучшил свои оценки, усердно учась.
He improved his grades by studying harder. He improved his grades by studying harder.
Они улучшили конструкцию со времени первого прототипа.
They have improved the design since the first prototype. They have improved the design since the first prototype.
Содержать, включать.
To include. To include.
Экскурсия включает посещение музея.
The tour includes a visit to the museum. The tour includes a visit to the museum.
В отчет вошли все последние данные.
The report included all the recent data. The report included all the recent data.
Я включил ваше предложение в доработанный проект.
I have included your suggestions in the revised draft. I have included your suggestions in the revised draft.
Увеличивать.
To increase. To increase.
Цены растут каждый год.
Prices increase every year. Prices increase every year.
Население значительно увеличилось за последние десятилетия.
The population increased significantly last decade. The population increased significantly last decade.
Компания увеличила план продаж.
The company has increased its sales targets. The company has increased its sales targets.
Указывать, заявлять.
To indicate. To indicate.
Знак указывает путь к выходу.
The sign indicates the way to the exit. The sign indicates the way to the exit.
Результаты испытаний указали на необходимость дальнейшего анализа.
The test results indicated a need for further analysis. The test results indicated a need for further analysis.
Они заявили о своей готовности начать проект.
They have indicated their readiness to start the project. They have indicated their readiness to start the project.
Влиять.
To influence. To influence.
Знаменитости влияют на модные тенденции.
Celebrities influence fashion trends. Celebrities influence fashion trends.
Она сильно повлияла на его решение.
She influenced his decision greatly. She influenced his decision greatly.
Его учение повлияло на мою жизнь.
His teachings have influenced my life. His teachings have influenced my life.
Сообщать.
To inform. To inform.
Школа информирует родителей об успеваемости их детей.
The school informs parents about the progress of their children. The school informs parents about the progress of their children.
Он сообщил нам об изменении графика.
He informed us about the change in schedule. He informed us about the change in schedule.
Мне сообщили, что доставка задержится.
They have informed me that the delivery will be late. They have informed me that the delivery will be late.
Настаивать.
To insist. To insist.
Он настаивает на том, чтобы заплатить за ужин.
He insists on paying for dinner. He insists on paying for dinner.
Она настояла на своей версии событий.
She insisted on her version of events. She insisted on her version of events.
Я настаивал на том, чтобы качество было важнее количества.
I have insisted on quality over quantity. I have insisted on quality over quantity.
Установить.
To install. To install.
Техник устанавливает программное обеспечение на новые компьютеры.
The technician installs software on new computers. The technician installs software on new computers.
На прошлой неделе они установили новую систему безопасности.
They installed a new security system last week. They installed a new security system last week.
Он установил на свой телефон множество приложений.
He has installed many applications on his phone. He has installed many applications on his phone.
Намереваться.
To intend. To intend.
Она намерена получить степень к следующему году.
She intends to finish her degree by next year. She intends to finish her degree by next year.
Он собирался позвонить тебе, но забыл.
He intended to call you, but he forgot. He intended to call you, but he forgot.
Они намеревались приехать, но пока этого не сделали.
They have intended to visit, but haven't made it yet. They have intended to visit, but haven't made it yet.
Представлять, знакомить, внедрять.
To introduce. To introduce.
Профессор на каждом занятии представляет новую тему.
The professor introduces a new topic every class. The professor introduces a new topic every class.
Она познакомилась с новыми соседями.
She introduced herself to the new neighbors. She introduced herself to the new neighbors.
Я внес в этот процесс несколько улучшений.
I have introduced several improvements to the process. I have introduced several improvements to the process.
Инвестировать.
To invest. To invest.
Инвесторы вкладывают средства в акции ради потенциальной прибыли.
Investors invest in stocks for potential profits. Investors invest in stocks for potential profits.
Он вложил в бизнес крупную сумму.
He invested a large sum in the business. He invested a large sum in the business.
Она вложила время и силы в свое образование.
She has invested time and effort in her education. She has invested time and effort in her education.
Предполагать, включать, привлекать к участию.
To involve. To involve.
Проект предполагает множество исследований.
The project involves a lot of research. The project involves a lot of research.
Работа заключалась в поездках во многие страны.
The job involved traveling to many countries. The job involved traveling to many countries.
К процессу они привлекли нескольких консультантов.
They have involved several consultants in the process. They have involved several consultants in the process.
Вступить в члены, присоединиться.
To join. To join.
Она ходит в спортзал каждый январь.
She joins the gym every January. She joins the gym every January.
Он пришел в компанию младшим аналитиком.
He joined the company as a junior analyst. He joined the company as a junior analyst.
Мы объединили усилия для решения этой проблемы.
We have joined forces to tackle the issue. We have joined forces to tackle the issue.
Прыгать.
To jump. To jump.
Кошки легко запрыгивают на высокие поверхности.
Cats jump onto high surfaces with ease. Cats jump onto high surfaces with ease.
Она отскочила в сторону встречной машины.
She jumped out of the way of the oncoming car. She jumped out of the way of the oncoming car.
Он хватался за каждую возможность, которая появлялась на его пути.
He has jumped at every opportunity that came his way. He has jumped at every opportunity that came his way.
Содержать, сдерживать обещания.
To keep. To keep.
Она содержит свой сад в очень чистом виде.
She keeps her garden very neat. She keeps her garden very neat.
Он сдержал свое обещание вернуть книгу.
He kept his promise to return the book. He kept his promise to return the book.
Они поддерживают связь еще со времен колледжа.
They have kept in touch since college. They have kept in touch since college.
Ударять ногой, отказаться от привычки.
To kick. To kick.
Футболисты бьют по мячу во время игры.
Footballers kick the ball during the game. Footballers kick the ball during the game.
В отчаянии она пнула коробку.
She kicked the box out of frustration. She kicked the box out of frustration.
Он отказался от привычки грызть ногти.
He has kicked the habit of biting his nails. He has kicked the habit of biting his nails.
Убивать, отключить.
To kill. To kill.
Хищники убивают свою жертву, чтобы выжить.
Predators kill their prey to survive. Predators kill their prey to survive.
Мороз убил нежные растения.
The frost killed the delicate plants. The frost killed the delicate plants.
В целях безопасности он отключил основное питание здания.
He has killed the main power to the building for safety. He has killed the main power to the building for safety.
Уметь, знать.
To know. To know.
Она умеет говорить на 3 языках.
She knows how to speak 3 languages. She knows how to speak 3 languages.
Он знал ответ на вопрос.
He knew the answer to the question. He knew the answer to the question.
Они знали друг друга с детства.
They have known each other since childhood. They have known each other since childhood.
Приземляться.
To land. To land.
Самолеты приземляются в аэропорту ежедневно.
Planes land at the airport daily. Planes land at the airport daily.
Птица приземлилась на ветку.
The bird landed on the branch. The bird landed on the branch.
Пилот приземлился в ряде сложных условий.
The pilot has landed in various challenging conditions. The pilot has landed in various challenging conditions.
Хватать, длиться, служить.
To last. To last.
Аккумулятора этого телефона хватает на 2 дня без подзарядки.
This phone battery lasts for 2 days on a single charge. This phone battery lasts for 2 days on a single charge.
Встреча длилась 3 часа.
The meeting lasted 3 hours. The meeting lasted 3 hours.
Она проработала в этой компании дольше, чем ее предшественники.
She has lasted longer at this company than her predecessors. She has lasted longer at this company than her predecessors.
Вести, руководить.
To lead. To lead.
Она возглавляет команду из 10 человек.
She leads a team of 10 people. She leads a team of 10 people.
Он повел группу через джунгли.
He led the group through the jungle. He led the group through the jungle.
Они возглавляли отрасль на протяжении нескольких лет.
They have led the industry for several years. They have led the industry for several years.
Учить.
To learn. To learn.
Дети учатся быстро.
Children learn quickly. Children learn quickly.
В детстве она научилась играть на фортепиано.
She learned to play the piano as a child. She learned to play the piano as a child.
Он многому научился в своих путешествиях.
He has learned much from his travels. He has learned much from his travels.
Оставлять, покидать.
To leave. To leave.
Он уходит на работу в 8 утра каждый день.
He leaves for work at 8 a.m. every day. He leaves for work at 8 a.m. every day.
Она оставила ключи на столе.
She left the keys on the table. She left the keys on the table.
Они покинули свой родной город в поисках возможностей в другом месте.
They have left their hometown to seek opportunities elsewhere. They have left their hometown to seek opportunities elsewhere.
Одалживать, давать взаймы.
To lend. To lend.
Банки кредитуют деньги квалифицированным заявителям.
Banks lend money to qualified applicants. Banks lend money to qualified applicants.
Она одолжила мне свою любимую книгу.
She lent me her favorite book. She lent me her favorite book.
Он уже много лет оказывает поддержку благотворительной организации.
He has lent his support to the charity for many years. He has lent his support to the charity for many years.
Позволять.
To let. To let.
Родители разрешили мне пользоваться машиной по выходным.
My parents let me use the car on weekends. My parents let me use the car on weekends.
Вчера вечером выпустили собаку.
They let the dog out last night. They let the dog out last night.
Она позволила своим детям совершать собственные ошибки.
She has let her children make their own mistakes. She has let her children make their own mistakes.
Лежать.
To lie. To lie.
Он лежит на диване после работы, чтобы расслабиться.
He lies on the couch after work to relax. He lies on the couch after work to relax.
Вчера она весь день лежала на пляже.
She lay on the beach all afternoon yesterday. She lay on the beach all afternoon yesterday.
Кот все утро пролежал на солнце.
The cat has lain in the sun all morning. The cat has lain in the sun all morning.
Поднимать, отменять.
To lift. To lift.
Она поднимает тяжести в тренажерном зале.
She lifts weights at the gym. She lifts weights at the gym.
Он поднял коробку на полку.
He lifted the box onto the shelf. He lifted the box onto the shelf.
Они сняли запрет на импорт.
They have lifted the ban on imports. They have lifted the ban on imports.
Зажигать, освещать.
To light. To light.
Каждый вечер он зажигает свечу.
He lights a candle every evening. He lights a candle every evening.
Она зажгла камин, потому что было холодно.
She lit the fireplace because it was cold. She lit the fireplace because it was cold.
Я осветил путь многим молодым художникам.
I have lighted the way for many young artists. I have lighted the way for many young artists.
Нравится.
To like. To like.
Она любит читать перед сном.
She likes to read before bed. She likes to read before bed.
Фильм ему понравился больше, чем книга.
He liked the movie more than the book. He liked the movie more than the book.
Им понравилось жить в деревне.
They have liked living in the countryside. They have liked living in the countryside.
Ограничивать.
To limit. To limit.
Клуб ограничивает количество членов.
The club limits the number of members. The club limits the number of members.
Она ограничила потребление сахара.
She limited her sugar intake. She limited her sugar intake.
Мы ограничили масштаб проекта, чтобы уложиться в бюджет.
We have limited the scope of the project to stay on budget. We have limited the scope of the project to stay on budget.
Связывать.
To link. To link.
Это приложение связывает ваш телефон с компьютером.
This app links your phone to your computer. This app links your phone to your computer.
Они связали два компьютера вместе.
They linked the two computers together. They linked the two computers together.
Ученые связали качество сна со здоровьем.
Scientists have linked sleep quality to health. Scientists have linked sleep quality to health.
Слушать.
To listen. To listen.
Она слушает радио во время вождения.
She listens to the radio while driving. She listens to the radio while driving.
Он внимательно слушал лекцию.
He listened to the lecture attentively. He listened to the lecture attentively.
Они прислушались к отзывам своих клиентов.
They have listened to their customers' feedback. They have listened to their customers' feedback.
Жить.
To live. To live.
Она живет в маленькой деревне.
She lives in a small village. She lives in a small village.
Он прожил в Испании год.
He lived in Spain for a year. He lived in Spain for a year.
Они живут здесь уже более 10 лет.
They have lived here for over a decade. They have lived here for over a decade.
Выглядеть.
To look. To look.
Он смотрит на звезды в свой телескоп.
He looks at the stars with his telescope. He looks at the stars with his telescope.
Она выглядела удивленной, когда услышала эту новость.
She looked surprised when she heard the news. She looked surprised when she heard the news.
Я искал свои ключи повсюду.
I have looked for my keys everywhere. I have looked for my keys everywhere.
Терять, избавиться.
To lose. To lose.
Люди постоянно теряют вещи.
People lose things all the time. People lose things all the time.
Во время путешествия он потерял паспорт.
He lost his passport while traveling. He lost his passport while traveling.
Недавно она похудела.
She has lost weight recently. She has lost weight recently.
Любить.
To love. To love.
Она любит путешествовать по новым местам.
She loves to travel to new places. She loves to travel to new places.
По выходным он любил ходить на рыбалку.
He loved to go fishing on the weekends. He loved to go fishing on the weekends.
Они любили друг друга много лет.
They have loved each other for many years. They have loved each other for many years.
Делать, принимать, добиваться.
To make. To make.
Он готовит завтрак каждое утро.
He makes breakfast every morning. He makes breakfast every morning.
Она приняла решение в срок.
She made a decision by the deadline. She made a decision by the deadline.
Они добились значительного прогресса в проекте.
They have made significant progress on the project. They have made significant progress on the project.
Руководить, справляться.
To manage. To manage.
Она руководит командой торговых представителей.
She manages a team of sales representatives. She manages a team of sales representatives.
Ему удалось закончить работу вовремя.
He managed to finish the work on time. He managed to finish the work on time.
Им удалось преодолеть все препятствия.
They have managed to overcome all the obstacles. They have managed to overcome all the obstacles.
Обозначать, ознаменовывать.
To mark. To mark.
Этот памятник установлен на месте битвы.
This monument marks the battle site. This monument marks the battle site.
Она отметила страницу закладкой.
She marked her page with a bookmark. She marked her page with a bookmark.
Это событие стало поворотным моментом в его карьере.
The event has marked a turning point in his career. The event has marked a turning point in his career.
Иметь значение.
To matter. To matter.
Для меня важно, чтобы вы были честны.
It matters to me that you are honest. It matters to me that you are honest.
Для нее было важно, чтобы она могла доверять своим друзьям.
It mattered to her that she could trust her friends. It mattered to her that she could trust her friends.
Ваше мнение всегда имело для меня значение.
Your opinion has always mattered to me. Your opinion has always mattered to me.
Означать намереваться.
To mean. To mean.
Этот знак означает, что здесь нельзя парковаться.
This sign means you cannot park here. This sign means you cannot park here.
Она хотела перезвонить тебе, но забыла.
She meant to call you back but forgot. She meant to call you back but forgot.
Они хотели приехать, но не смогли найти время.
They have meant to visit but couldn't find the time. They have meant to visit but couldn't find the time.
Отмерять, снимать мерку, определять.
To measure. To measure.
Он точно отмеряет ингредиенты.
He measures the ingredients precisely. He measures the ingredients precisely.
Портной снял с меня мерки для костюма.
The tailor measured me for a suit. The tailor measured me for a suit.
Она определила последствия новой политики.
She has measured the effects of the new policy. She has measured the effects of the new policy.
Встречаться, соответствовать.
To meet. To meet.
Каждую пятницу я встречаюсь с друзьями за кофе.
I meet my friends for coffee every Friday. I meet my friends for coffee every Friday.
Она встретила своего любимого автора на автограф-сессии.
She met her favorite author at a book signing. She met her favorite author at a book signing.
Они соответствуют всем требованиям для работы.
They have met all the qualifications for the job. They have met all the qualifications for the job.
Упоминать.
To mention. To mention.
Во всех своих рассказах он упоминает свою бабушку.
He mentions his grandmother in all his stories. He mentions his grandmother in all his stories.
Она упомянула, что видела тебя на мероприятии.
She mentioned seeing you at the event. She mentioned seeing you at the event.
Я рассказала о проблеме менеджеру.
I have mentioned the problem to the manager. I have mentioned the problem to the manager.
Скучать, опоздать, упустить.
To miss. To miss.
Она скучает по своей семье, когда находится за границей.
She misses her family when she is abroad. She misses her family when she is abroad.
Он опоздал на автобус, и ему пришлось идти пешком.
He missed the bus and had to walk. He missed the bus and had to walk.
В этом году они упустили несколько возможностей.
They have missed several opportunities this year. They have missed several opportunities this year.
Двигаться, переезжать.
To move. To move.
Он быстро движется, чтобы поймать мяч.
He moves quickly to catch the ball. He moves quickly to catch the ball.
Она переехала в новый город по работе.
She moved to a new city for her job. She moved to a new city for her job.
За последние 5 лет они переезжали трижды.
They have moved 3 times in the last 5 years. They have moved 3 times in the last 5 years.
Необходимость, долженствование.
To must. To must.
При езде на велосипеде необходимо надевать шлем.
You must wear a helmet when you ride a bike. You must wear a helmet when you ride a bike.
Мы должны были закончить отчет к вчерашнему дню.
We must finish the report by yesterday. We must finish the report by yesterday.
Из-за погоды им пришлось скорректировать свои планы.
They have had to adjust their plans due to the weather. They have had to adjust their plans due to the weather.
Нуждаться, требоваться.
To need. To need.
Ему нужны очки, чтобы читать.
He needs glasses to read. He needs glasses to read.
Ей нужна была помощь с тяжелыми ящиками.
She needed help with the heavy boxes. She needed help with the heavy boxes.
Мне неоднократно требовался ваш совет.
I have needed your advice on many occasions. I have needed your advice on many occasions.
Заключить, вести переговоры.
To negotiate. To negotiate.
Они заключают контракты каждый день.
They negotiate contracts every day. They negotiate contracts every day.
В прошлом году он вел переговоры о повышении.
He negotiated a raise last year. He negotiated a raise last year.
Мы заключили самую выгодную сделку.
We have negotiated the best possible deal. We have negotiated the best possible deal.
Замечать.
To notice. To notice.
Она замечает даже мельчайшие детали.
She notices even the smallest details. She notices even the smallest details.
Он заметил ошибку в документе.
He noticed a mistake in the document. He noticed a mistake in the document.
С тех пор они заметили значительное улучшение.
They have noticed a significant improvement since then. They have noticed a significant improvement since then.
Получать.
To obtain. To obtain.
Студенты получают учебники в библиотеке.
Students obtain their textbooks from the library. Students obtain their textbooks from the library.
Водительские права она получила в свой 18-й день рождения.
She obtained her driver's license on her 18th birthday. She obtained her driver's license on her 18th birthday.
Они получили все необходимые разрешения для проведения концерта.
They have obtained all the necessary permissions for the concert. They have obtained all the necessary permissions for the concert.
Происходить.
To occur. To occur.
Аварии чаще всего происходят на перекрестках.
Accidents occur most often at intersections. Accidents occur most often at intersections.
Инцидент произошел вчера вечером.
The incident occurred last night. The incident occurred last night.
С момента введения новой политики произошло несколько изменений.
Several changes have occurred since the new policy was introduced. Several changes have occurred since the new policy was introduced.
Предлагать.
To offer. To offer.
Ресторан предлагает широкий выбор блюд.
The restaurant offers a wide range of dishes. The restaurant offers a wide range of dishes.
Мне предложили работу, но я отказался.
They offered me the job, but I declined. They offered me the job, but I declined.
Она неоднократно предлагала свою помощь.
She has offered her assistance on multiple occasions. She has offered her assistance on multiple occasions.
Открывать.
To open. To open.
Банки открываются в 9 утра в будние дни.
Banks open at 9 a.m. during weekdays. Banks open at 9 a.m. during weekdays.
Она с волнением открыла подарок.
She opened the gift with excitement. She opened the gift with excitement.
В этом году компания открыла несколько новых магазинов.
The company has opened several new stores this year. The company has opened several new stores this year.
Работать, управлять.
To operate. To operate.
Машина хорошо работает.
The machine operates smoothly. The machine operates smoothly.
Раньше он управлял небольшим кафе.
He operated a small cafe before. He operated a small cafe before.
Они работают на этом рынке уже более 10 лет.
They have operated in this market for over a decade. They have operated in this market for over a decade.
Заказать.
To order. To order.
Клиенты заказывают еду с помощью сенсорного экрана.
Customers order their food using the touch screen. Customers order their food using the touch screen.
Она заказала новую книгу онлайн.
She ordered a new book online. She ordered a new book online.
Я заказал замену сломанной детали.
I have ordered a replacement for the broken part. I have ordered a replacement for the broken part.
Упорядочить, организовывать.
To organize. To organize.
Он составляет свой график на неделю вперед.
He organizes his schedule a week in advance. He organizes his schedule a week in advance.
В прошлом месяце она организовала благотворительную акцию.
She organized a charity event last month. She organized a charity event last month.
Они организовали свои файлы для легкого доступа.
They have organized their files for easy access. They have organized their files for easy access.
Преодолеть.
To overcome. To overcome.
Она решительно преодолевает любые препятствия.
She overcomes every obstacle with determination. She overcomes every obstacle with determination.
Он преодолел свой страх высоты.
He overcame his fear of heights. He overcame his fear of heights.
Вместе мы преодолели множество трудностей.
We have overcome many challenges together. We have overcome many challenges together.
Владеть.
To own. To own.
У них есть дом в деревне.
They own a house in the countryside. They own a house in the countryside.
Когда ей было 20 с небольшим, у нее был красный кабриолет.
She owned a red convertible in her 20s. She owned a red convertible in her 20s.
На протяжении многих лет у него было несколько домашних животных.
He has owned several pets over the years. He has owned several pets over the years.
Участвовать.
To participate. To participate.
Учащиеся участвуют в школьном спектакле.
Students participate in the school play. Students participate in the school play.
Они участвовали в марафоне.
They participated in a marathon. They participated in a marathon.
Принимала участие во многих международных конференциях.
She has participated in many international conferences. She has participated in many international conferences.
Платить, выплачивать.
To pay. To pay.
Клиенты платят у стойки перед уходом.
Customers pay at the counter before leaving. Customers pay at the counter before leaving.
Он немедленно оплатил счет.
He paid the invoice immediately. He paid the invoice immediately.
Они погасили свои студенческие кредиты.
They have paid off their student loans. They have paid off their student loans.
Выступать, исполнять.
To perform. To perform.
Музыкант выступает в клубе каждую пятницу.
The musician performs at the club every Friday. The musician performs at the club every Friday.
На концерте она исполнила сольную партию.
She performed a solo at the concert. She performed a solo at the concert.
Он выступал во многих внебродвейских постановках.
He has performed in many off-Broadway productions. He has performed in many off-Broadway productions.
Убеждать.
To persuade. To persuade.
Реклама убеждает нас покупать вещи.
Advertisements persuade us to buy things. Advertisements persuade us to buy things.
Он уговорил своего друга пойти в спортзал.
He persuaded his friend to join the gym. He persuaded his friend to join the gym.
Своей политикой она убедила многих избирателей.
She has persuaded many voters with her policies. She has persuaded many voters with her policies.
Ставить, занять место, вводить.
To place. To place.
Она ставит на стол вазу для красоты.
She places a vase on the table for decoration. She places a vase on the table for decoration.
Он занял первое место на научной ярмарке.
He placed first in the science fair. He placed first in the science fair.
Они ввели новые ограничения на парковку.
They have placed new restrictions on parking. They have placed new restrictions on parking.
Планировать.
To plan. To plan.
Они планируют посетить Европу следующим летом.
They plan to visit Europe next summer. They plan to visit Europe next summer.
Она запланировала вечеринку-сюрприз для своей сестры.
She planned a surprise party for her sister. She planned a surprise party for her sister.
Я распланировал весь график проекта.
I have planned out the entire project timeline. I have planned out the entire project timeline.
Играть.
To play. To play.
Дети играют в парке после школы.
Children play in the park after school. Children play in the park after school.
Он профессионально играл в футбол.
He played soccer professionally. He played soccer professionally.
Она играет на фортепиано с 5 лет.
She has played the piano since she was 5. She has played the piano since she was 5.
Указывать.
To point. To point.
Гиды указывают посетителям достопримечательности.
Tour guides point out landmarks to visitors. Tour guides point out landmarks to visitors.
Она указала на знак, когда я спросил дорогу.
She pointed to the sign when I asked for directions. She pointed to the sign when I asked for directions.
Они указали на ошибку в наших расчетах.
They have pointed out the error in our calculations. They have pointed out the error in our calculations.
Предпочитать.
To prefer. To prefer.
Я предпочитаю чай-кофе.
I prefer tea over coffee. I prefer tea over coffee.
В прошлые выходные она предпочла остаться дома.
She preferred to stay home last weekend. She preferred to stay home last weekend.
Он всегда отдавал предпочтение классической музыке.
He has always preferred classical music. He has always preferred classical music.
Готовить-ся, подготавливать.
To prepare. To prepare.
Повара готовят еду на кухне.
Chefs prepare meals in the kitchen. Chefs prepare meals in the kitchen.
Они подготовили отчет на день раньше.
They prepared the report a day early. They prepared the report a day early.
Она готовилась к этому экзамену несколько месяцев.
She has prepared for this exam for months. She has prepared for this exam for months.
Представлять.
To present. To present.
Учитель на каждом занятии представляет новую тему.
The teacher presents a new topic every class. The teacher presents a new topic every class.
Свои выводы он представил комитету.
He presented his findings to the committee. He presented his findings to the committee.
Они представляли свои исследования на многих конференциях.
They have presented their research at many conferences. They have presented their research at many conferences.
Нажимать, прижимать, гладить.
To press. To press.
Она нажимает кнопку, чтобы запустить машину.
She presses the button to start the machine. She presses the button to start the machine.
Он прижал ткань, чтобы остановить кровотечение.
He pressed the cloth to stop the bleeding. He pressed the cloth to stop the bleeding.
Я погладил свой костюм для интервью.
I have pressed my suit for the interview. I have pressed my suit for the interview.
Предотвращать.
To prevent. To prevent.
Прививки предотвращают многие заболевания.
Vaccinations prevent many diseases. Vaccinations prevent many diseases.
Шлагбаум не позволил машине съехать с дороги.
The barrier prevented the car from going off the road. The barrier prevented the car from going off the road.
Они предотвратили дальнейший ущерб, действуя быстро.
They have prevented further damage by acting quickly. They have prevented further damage by acting quickly.
Производить, создавать.
To produce. To produce.
Фермы производят фрукты и овощи.
Farms produce fruits and vegetables. Farms produce fruits and vegetables.
Она сняла документальный фильм о дикой природе.
She produced a documentary on wildlife. She produced a documentary on wildlife.
За эти годы он выпустил несколько хитов.
He has produced several hit songs over the years. He has produced several hit songs over the years.
Обещать.
To promise. To promise.
Родители обещают заботиться о своих детях.
Parents promise to take care of their children. Parents promise to take care of their children.
Он пообещал вернуть книгу.
He promised to return the book. He promised to return the book.
Она пообещала сохранить их тайну.
She has promised to keep their secret. She has promised to keep their secret.
Защищать.
To protect. To protect.
Солнцезащитный крем защищает вашу кожу от вредных ультрафиолетовых лучей.
Sunscreen protects your skin from harmful UV rays. Sunscreen protects your skin from harmful UV rays.
Они защитили исчезающие виды от браконьеров.
They protected the endangered species from poachers. They protected the endangered species from poachers.
Он защитил свои инвестиции от колебаний рынка.
He has protected his investments against market fluctuations. He has protected his investments against market fluctuations.
Доказывать.
To prove. To prove.
Теорема доказывает, что вывод верен.
The theorem proves that the conclusion is true. The theorem proves that the conclusion is true.
Свою теорию она доказала экспериментом.
She proved her theory with the experiment. She proved her theory with the experiment.
Они неоднократно доказывали свою лояльность.
They have proved their loyalty many times. They have proved their loyalty many times.
Обеспечивать, предоставлять.
To provide. To provide.
Она обеспечивает превосходное обслуживание клиентов.
She provides excellent customer service. She provides excellent customer service.
Вчера он предоставил необходимые документы.
He provided the necessary documents yesterday. He provided the necessary documents yesterday.
Они предоставили нам всю необходимую информацию.
They have provided us with all the details we needed. They have provided us with all the details we needed.
Натягивать, открывать.
To pull. To pull.
Он натягивает трос, чтобы поднять флаг.
He pulls the rope to raise the flag. He pulls the rope to raise the flag.
Она открыла дверь.
She pulled the door open. She pulled the door open.
Я собрал все отчеты к совещанию.
I have pulled together all the reports for the meeting. I have pulled together all the reports for the meeting.
Нажимать, толкать.
To push. To push.
Она нажимает на кнопку, чтобы запустить машину.
She pushes the button to start the machine. She pushes the button to start the machine.
Он оттолкнул машину на обочину, когда она сломалась.
He pushed the car to the side of the road when it broke down. He pushed the car to the side of the road when it broke down.
Они настаивали на реформах в ведомстве.
They have pushed for reforms in the department. They have pushed for reforms in the department.
Класть.
To put. To put.
Она кладет ключи на стол, как только возвращается домой.
She puts her keys on the table as soon as she gets home. She puts her keys on the table as soon as she gets home.
Он убрал продукты в холодильник.
He put the groceries away in the fridge. He put the groceries away in the fridge.
Они вложили много усилий в проект.
They have put a lot of effort into the project. They have put a lot of effort into the project.
Спрашивать, сомневаться.
To question. To question.
Учитель задает вопросы учащимся, чтобы проверить их знания.
The teacher questions the students to check their understanding. The teacher questions the students to check their understanding.
Она подвергла сомнению его мотивы.
She questioned his motives. She questioned his motives.
Он усомнился в достоверности данных.
He has questioned the data's reliability. He has questioned the data's reliability.
Тянуться, достигать, прийти.
To reach. To reach.
Он тянется к книге на верхней полке.
He reaches for a book on the top shelf. He reaches for a book on the top shelf.
Она добралась до станции как раз вовремя, чтобы успеть на поезд.
She reached the station just in time to catch the train. She reached the station just in time to catch the train.
Они пришли к консенсусу после долгих дискуссий.
They have reached a consensus after long discussions. They have reached a consensus after long discussions.
Читать.
To read. To read.
Она читает минимум час каждый вечер.
She reads for at least an hour every night. She reads for at least an hour every night.
Он прочитал весь роман за одни выходные.
He read the entire novel in one weekend. He read the entire novel in one weekend.
Я прочитала все книги этого автора.
I have read all the books by that author. I have read all the books by that author.
Осознавать.
To realize. To realize.
Она понимает, что изучение нового языка требует времени.
She realizes that learning a new language takes time. She realizes that learning a new language takes time.
Он понял, что забыл свой телефон дома.
He realized he left his phone at home. He realized he left his phone at home.
Они осознали важность экономии денег.
They have realized the importance of saving money. They have realized the importance of saving money.
Получать.
To receive. To receive.
Он получает десятки писем каждый день.
He receives dozens of emails every day. He receives dozens of emails every day.
Она получила высокую оценку за свое выступление.
She received high praise for her performance. She received high praise for her performance.
Они получили все заказанные посылки.
They have received all the packages they ordered. They have received all the packages they ordered.
Рекомендовать.
To recommend. To recommend.
Я рекомендую попробовать чизкейк в этом ресторане.
I recommend trying the cheesecake at this restaurant. I recommend trying the cheesecake at this restaurant.
Он порекомендовал мне хорошую книгу.
He recommended a good book to me. He recommended a good book to me.
Она рекомендовала на эту должность нескольких кандидатов.
She has recommended several candidates for the job. She has recommended several candidates for the job.
Записывать.
To record. To record.
Устройство качественно записывает звук.
The device records sound quality. The device records sound quality.
В прошлом году она записала свой первый альбом.
She recorded her first album last year. She recorded her first album last year.
Для своего проекта он записал много часов звуков природы.
He has recorded many hours of nature sounds for his project. He has recorded many hours of nature sounds for his project.
Уменьшать.
To reduce. To reduce.
Компания сокращает количество отходов за счет переработки.
The company reduces waste by recycling. The company reduces waste by recycling.
После курортного сезона они снизили цену.
They reduced the price after the holiday season. They reduced the price after the holiday season.
Она сократила свое рабочее время, чтобы проводить больше времени с семьей.
She has reduced her working hours to spend more time with her family. She has reduced her working hours to spend more time with her family.
Отражать.
To reflect. To reflect.
Зеркало отражает свет.
The mirror reflects light. The mirror reflects light.
О своем опыте она рассказала в своих мемуарах.
She reflected on her experiences in her memoir. She reflected on her experiences in her memoir.
Он глубоко задумался над полученной обратной связью.
He has reflected deeply on the feedback he received. He has reflected deeply on the feedback he received.
Отказывать.
To refuse. To refuse.
Она отказывается ходить в место, недоступное для инвалидных колясок.
She refuses to go to places that are not wheelchair accessible. She refuses to go to places that are not wheelchair accessible.
Он отказался от предложения, потому что оно было ниже желаемого уровня.
He refused the offer because it was too low. He refused the offer because it was too low.
Они отказались пойти на компромисс со своими принципами.
They have refused to compromise their principles. They have refused to compromise their principles.
Считать.
To regard. To regard.
Он считает ее своим лучшим другом.
He regards her as his best friend. He regards her as his best friend.
Она расценила этот инцидент как полезный опыт.
She regarded the incident as a learning experience. She regarded the incident as a learning experience.
Они считали этот вопрос своим главным приоритетом в течение многих лет.
They have regarded this issue as a top priority for years. They have regarded this issue as a top priority for years.
Рассказывать.
To relate. To relate.
Она хорошо относится к детям.
She relates well to children. She relates well to children.
Он рассказал о событиях дня своей семье.
He related the events of the day to his family. He related the events of the day to his family.
Я изложил все факты комитету.
I have related all the facts to the committee. I have related all the facts to the committee.
Выпускать.
To release. To release.
Компания каждый год выпускает новый продукт.
The company releases a new product every year. The company releases a new product every year.
Они выпустили фильм в декабре.
They released the movie in December. They released the movie in December.
Она выпустила 3 альбома, получивших признание критиков.
She has released 3 albums to critical acclaim. She has released 3 albums to critical acclaim.
Сохраняться, пребывать, оставаться.
To remain. To remain.
Он сохраняет спокойствие во время чрезвычайных ситуаций.
He remains calm during emergencies. He remains calm during emergencies.
Она проработала в компании 5 лет.
She remained at the company for 5 years. She remained at the company for 5 years.
Некоторые вопросы остались без ответа.
Some questions have remained unanswered. Some questions have remained unanswered.
Помнить.
To remember. To remember.
Она запоминает свой пароль, связывая его с особой датой.
She remembers her password by associating it with a special date. She remembers her password by associating it with a special date.
Он не забыл запереть дверь перед уходом.
He remembered to lock the door before leaving. He remembered to lock the door before leaving.
Они вспомнили все свои юбилеи.
They have remembered all their anniversaries. They have remembered all their anniversaries.
Снимать, удалять.
To remove. To remove.
Прежде чем войти в дом, он снимает обувь.
He removes his shoes before entering the house. He removes his shoes before entering the house.
Она удалила пятна с ковра.
She removed the stains from the carpet. She removed the stains from the carpet.
Удалили всю устаревшую информацию с сайта.
They have removed all the outdated information from the website. They have removed all the outdated information from the website.
Повторять.
To repeat. To repeat.
Учитель повторяет инструкции для ясности.
The teacher repeats the instructions for clarity. The teacher repeats the instructions for clarity.
Она повторила процедуру несколько раз.
She repeated the process several times. She repeated the process several times.
Он повторил ту же ошибку в нескольких проектах.
He has repeated the same mistake in several projects. He has repeated the same mistake in several projects.
Заменять.
To replace. To replace.
Она меняет фильтр для воды каждые 6 месяцев.
She replaces the water filter every 6 months. She replaces the water filter every 6 months.
Он заменил старые шины на своей машине.
He replaced the old tires on his car. He replaced the old tires on his car.
Они заменили все старые компьютеры в офисе.
They have replaced all the old computers in the office. They have replaced all the old computers in the office.
Отвечать.
To reply. To reply.
Она быстро отвечает на ее электронные письма.
She replies to her emails promptly. She replies to her emails promptly.
На приглашение он ответил утвердительно.
He replied to the invitation with a yes. He replied to the invitation with a yes.
Я ответил на все полученные вопросы.
I have replied to all the queries received.
Сообщать.
To report. To report.
Журналисты сообщают новости точно и честно.
Journalists report the news accurately and fairly. Journalists report the news accurately and fairly.
Она сообщила о случившемся в полицию.
She reported the incident to the police. She reported the incident to the police.
Они сообщили совету о значительном прогрессе.
They have reported significant progress to the board. They have reported significant progress to the board.
Требовать.
To require. To require.
Для этого рецепта необходима свежая зелень.
This recipe requires fresh herbs. This recipe requires fresh herbs.
Ситуация требовала немедленных действий.
The situation required immediate action. The situation required immediate action.
Ему неоднократно требовалась помощь.
He has required assistance several times. He has required assistance several times.
Исследовать.
To research. To research.
Ученые исследуют новые методы лечения болезней.
Scientists research new treatments for diseases. Scientists research new treatments for diseases.
Для своей диссертации она тщательно исследовала эту тему.
She researched the topic thoroughly for her thesis. She researched the topic thoroughly for her thesis.
Прежде чем запустить продукт, они исследовали рынок.
They have researched the market before launching the product. They have researched the market before launching the product.
Разрешать, решать.
To resolve. To resolve.
Посредники помогают разрешать конфликты.
Mediators help to resolve conflicts. Mediators help to resolve conflicts.
Он решил улучшить свою физическую форму.
He resolved to improve his fitness. He resolved to improve his fitness.
На этой неделе она решила несколько проблем.
She has resolved several issues this week. She has resolved several issues this week.
Реагировать, отвечать.
To respond. To respond.
Он реагирует на стресс медитацией.
He responds to stress with meditation. He responds to stress with meditation.
Вчера она ответила на письмо.
She responded to the email yesterday. She responded to the email yesterday.
Они ответили на все заявления о приеме на работу.
They have responded to all the job applications. They have responded to all the job applications.
Отдыхать.
To rest. To rest.
Он отдыхает по воскресеньям, чтобы восстановиться после рабочей недели.
He rests on Sundays to recover from the work week. He rests on Sundays to recover from the work week.
После похода она отдыхала час.
She rested for an hour after the hike. She rested for an hour after the hike.
Я достаточно отдохнул, чтобы чувствовать себя помолодевшим.
I have rested enough to feel rejuvenated. I have rested enough to feel rejuvenated.
Привести к результату.
To result. To result.
Нездоровое питание часто приводит к увеличению веса.
Unhealthy eating often results in weight gain. Unhealthy eating often results in weight gain.
Результатом эксперимента стало удивительное открытие.
The experiment resulted in a surprising discovery. The experiment resulted in a surprising discovery.
Их усилия привели к прибыльному году.
Their efforts have resulted in a profitable year. Their efforts have resulted in a profitable year.
Помнить, нанимать, сохранять.
To retain. To retain.
Он лучше запоминает информацию с помощью наглядных пособий.
He retains information better with visual aids. He retains information better with visual aids.
Для этого дела она наняла адвоката.
She retained a lawyer for the case. She retained a lawyer for the case.
Они сохранили свои культурные традиции на протяжении поколений.
They have retained their cultural traditions for generations. They have retained their cultural traditions for generations.
Возвращаться, возвращать.
To return. To return.
Она возвращается домой в одно и то же время каждый вечер.
She returns home at the same time every evening. She returns home at the same time every evening.
Вчера он вернул библиотечные книги.
He returned the library books yesterday. He returned the library books yesterday.
Я возвращался в этот город много раз за эти годы.
I have returned to this city many times over the years. I have returned to this city many times over the years.
Показывать, раскрывать.
To reveal. To reveal.
Художник представляет свою новую картину в галерее.
The artist reveals his new painting at the gallery. The artist reveals his new painting at the gallery.
Она раскрыла секрет своей подруги.
She revealed the secret to her friend. She revealed the secret to her friend.
Они раскрыли планы нового здания.
They have revealed the plans for the new building. They have revealed the plans for the new building.
Просматривать, проверять.
To review. To review.
Он просматривает свои записи перед каждым тестом.
He reviews his notes before every test. He reviews his notes before every test.
Она внимательно ознакомилась с контрактом перед его подписанием.
She reviewed the contract carefully before signing. She reviewed the contract carefully before signing.
Они ознакомились с условиями соглашения.
They have reviewed the terms of the agreement. They have reviewed the terms of the agreement.
Ездить, кататься.
To ride. To ride.
Она ездит на работу на велосипеде.
She rides her bike to work. She rides her bike to work.
Во время отпуска он катался на лошади по пляжу.
He rode a horse on the beach during his vacation. He rode a horse on the beach during his vacation.
Они несколько раз катались на американских горках.
They have ridden the roller coaster several times. They have ridden the roller coaster several times.
Восходить, подниматься, вставать.
To rise. To rise.
Солнце восходит на востоке.
The sun rises in the east. The sun rises in the east.
Хлеб прекрасно поднялся в духовке.
The bread rose perfectly in the oven. The bread rose perfectly in the oven.
Она каждый день вставала рано, чтобы медитировать.
She has risen early every day to meditate. She has risen early every day to meditate.
Рисковать.
To risk. To risk.
Он рискует опоздать на рейс из-за пробок.
He risks missing his flight due to traffic. He risks missing his flight due to traffic.
Она рисковала всем, чтобы начать собственный бизнес.
She risked everything to start her own business. She risked everything to start her own business.
Они многим рисковали в своих инвестициях.
They have risked a lot in their investments. They have risked a lot in their investments.
Бегать, ехать.
To run. To run.
Каждое утро он пробегает 5 километров.
He runs 5 kilometers every morning. He runs 5 kilometers every morning.
В прошлом году она пробежала марафон.
She ran a marathon last year. She ran a marathon last year.
Я проезжал этот маршрут много раз.
I have run this route many times. I have run this route many times.
Копить, спасать.
To save. To save.
Каждый месяц она откладывает часть своего дохода.
She saves a portion of her income every month. She saves a portion of her income every month.
Он спас ребенка из горящего здания.
He saved the child from the burning building. He saved the child from the burning building.
Они накопили достаточно денег, чтобы купить новый дом.
They have saved enough money to buy a new house. They have saved enough money to buy a new house.
Сказать.
To say. To say.
Она говорит спасибо каждый раз, когда кто-то придерживает дверь.
She says, thank you every time someone holds the door. She says, thank you every time someone holds the door.
Он сказал, что опоздает.
He said he would be late. He said he would be late.
Они попрощались с соседями.
They have said their goodbyes to the neighbors. They have said their goodbyes to the neighbors.
Видеть, обращаться.
To see. To see.
Она ежегодно посещает врача для осмотра.
She sees the doctor annually for a checkup. She sees the doctor annually for a checkup.
Вчера вечером он видел падающую звезду.
He saw a shooting star last night. He saw a shooting star last night.
Я видел этот фильм 3 раза.
I have seen that movie 3 times. I have seen that movie 3 times.
Казаться.
To seem. To seem.
Кажется, сегодня может пойти дождь.
It seems like it might rain today. It seems like it might rain today.
Казалось, она обрадовалась такому сюрпризу.
She seemed happy about the surprise. She seemed happy about the surprise.
Похоже, они довольны изменениями.
They have seemed content with the changes. They have seemed content with the changes.
Выбирать.
To select. To select.
Он выбирает самые спелые фрукты на рынке.
He selects the ripest fruit from the market. He selects the ripest fruit from the market.
Для мероприятия она выбрала синее платье.
She selected a blue dress for the event. She selected a blue dress for the event.
Они отобрали лучших кандидатов на собеседование.
They have selected the best candidates for the interview. They have selected the best candidates for the interview.
Продавать.
To sell. To sell.
В магазине продаются товары ручной работы.
The store sells handmade goods. The store sells handmade goods.
Он продал свою старую машину, чтобы купить новую.
He sold his old car to buy a new one. He sold his old car to buy a new one.
В этом году она продала несколько картин.
She has sold several paintings this year. She has sold several paintings this year.
Отправлять.
To send. To send.
Она отправляет родителям открытки из каждого города, который посещает.
She sends her parents a postcard from every city she visits. She sends her parents a postcard from every city she visits.
Документы отправил курьером.
He sent the documents via courier. He sent the documents via courier.
Они разослали все приглашения.
They have sent out all the invitations. They have sent out all the invitations.
Ставить, устанавливать, накрывать.
To set. To set.
Она ставит будильник на 7 утра каждый день.
She sets her alarm for 7 a.m. every day. She sets her alarm for 7 a.m. every day.
Он установил новый личный рекорд в гонке.
He set a new personal record in the race. He set a new personal record in the race.
Я накрыл стол к ужину.
I have set the table for dinner. I have set the table for dinner.
Встряхивать, качать, пожимать.
To shake. To shake.
Он встряхивает бутылку, прежде чем открыть ее.
He shakes the bottle before opening it. He shakes the bottle before opening it.
Она недоверчиво покачала головой.
She shook her head in disbelief. She shook her head in disbelief.
Они пожали руки по поводу сделки.
They have shaken hands on the deal. They have shaken hands on the deal.
Делиться, разделять.
To share. To share.
Он делит свой офис с коллегой.
He shares his office with a colleague. He shares his office with a colleague.
Вчера она поделилась со мной своим обедом.
She shared her lunch with me yesterday. She shared her lunch with me yesterday.
У нас осталось много прекрасных воспоминаний.
We have shared many great memories together. We have shared many great memories together.
Снимать, стрелять.
To shoot. To shoot.
Фотограф снимает свадьбы и другие мероприятия.
The photographer shoots weddings and other events. The photographer shoots weddings and other events.
Во время охоты он застрелил оленя.
He shot a deer while hunting. He shot a deer while hunting.
За свою карьеру она сняла несколько фильмов.
She has shot several films in her career. She has shot several films in her career.
Показывать.
To show. To show.
На входе он показывает удостоверение личности.
He shows his ID at the entrance. He shows his ID at the entrance.
Она показала свои работы в галерее.
She showed her artwork at the gallery. She showed her artwork at the gallery.
За семестр они показали значительный прогресс.
They have shown great improvement over the semester. They have shown great improvement over the semester.
Выключать, закрывать.
To shut. To shut.
Она выключает компьютер перед тем, как покинуть офис.
She shuts down her computer before leaving the office. She shuts down her computer before leaving the office.
Он закрыл окно, потому что было холодно.
He shut the window because it was cold. He shut the window because it was cold.
Я перекрыл подачу воды, чтобы устранить утечку.
I have shut off the water supply to fix the leak. I have shut off the water supply to fix the leak.
Петь.
To sing. To sing.
Она поет в хоре.
She sings in the choir. She sings in the choir.
Вчера вечером он пел в караоке-баре.
He sang at the karaoke bar last night. He sang at the karaoke bar last night.
Они пели вместе с детства.
They have sung together since they were children. They have sung together since they were children.
Сидеть, занимать пост.
To sit. To sit.
Кот каждое утро сидит на подоконнике.
The cat sits on the windowsill every morning. The cat sits on the windowsill every morning.
Во время концерта она сидела в первом ряду.
She sat in the front row during the concert. She sat in the front row during the concert.
На протяжении многих лет он работал во многих комитетах.
He has sat on many committees over the years. He has sat on many committees over the years.
Спать.
To sleep. To sleep.
Он спит по 8 часов каждую ночь.
He sleeps for 8 hours each night. He sleeps for 8 hours each night.
Сегодня утром она проспала будильник.
She slept through the alarm this morning. She slept through the alarm this morning.
Они спят в новой кровати уже неделю.
They have slept in the new bed for a week now. They have slept in the new bed for a week now.
Улыбаться.
To smile. To smile.
Она улыбается всякий раз, когда видит собаку.
She smiles whenever she sees a dog. She smiles whenever she sees a dog.
Он улыбнулся, когда получил хорошие новости.
He smiled when he received the good news. He smiled when he received the good news.
За последний месяц я улыбался больше, чем в прошлом году.
I have smiled more in the past month than I did last year. I have smiled more in the past month than I did last year.
Сортировать.
To sort. To sort.
Он сортирует почту, как только она приходит.
He sorts the mail as soon as it arrives. He sorts the mail as soon as it arrives.
Она рассортировала белье по цветам.
She sorted the laundry by color. She sorted the laundry by color.
Они разобрались со всеми проблемами по проекту.
They have sorted out all the issues with the project. They have sorted out all the issues with the project.
Говорить.
To speak. To speak.
Она свободно говорит на 3 языках.
She speaks 3 languages fluently. She speaks 3 languages fluently.
Он рассказал толпе о своем видении.
He spoke to the crowd about his vision. He spoke to the crowd about his vision.
Я говорил с менеджером об этой проблеме.
I have spoken to the manager about this problem. I have spoken to the manager about this problem.
Оговаривать.
To specify. To specify.
В договоре прописаны обязательства каждой стороны.
The contract specifies the obligations of each party. The contract specifies the obligations of each party.
На свой день рождения она заказала ванильный торт.
She specified vanilla cake for her birthday. She specified vanilla cake for her birthday.
Они уточнили все детали мероприятия.
They have specified all the details for the event. They have specified all the details for the event.
Тратить, проводить.
To spend. To spend.
Она проводит много времени за чтением.
She spends a lot of time reading. She spends a lot of time reading.
Отпуск он провел на Гавайях.
He spent his vacation in Hawaii. He spent his vacation in Hawaii.
В этом году они потратили больше денег, чем в прошлом году.
They have spent more money this year than last year. They have spent more money this year than last year.
Мазать, распространять.
To spread. To spread.
Масло легко намазывать, когда оно мягкое.
Butter spreads easily when it is soft. Butter spreads easily when it is soft.
Новость быстро распространилась по городу.
The news spread quickly through the town. The news spread quickly through the town.
Ходили слухи о слиянии компании.
Rumors have spread about the company's merger. Rumors have spread about the company's merger.
Стоять.
To stand. To stand.
Он встает, чтобы поприветствовать людей.
He stands up to greet people. He stands up to greet people.
Она стояла в очереди часами.
She stood in line for hours. She stood in line for hours.
Мы поддержали свое решение, несмотря на критику.
We have stood by our decision despite the criticism. We have stood by our decision despite the criticism.
Начинать.
To start. To start.
Начало фильма в 8 часов вечера.
The movie starts at 8 p.m. The movie starts at 8 p.m.
На прошлой неделе она приступила к новой работе.
She started a new job last week. She started a new job last week.
Они начали искать новый дом.
They have started looking for a new house. They have started looking for a new house.
Излагать.
To state. To state.
Он четко высказывает свое мнение.
He states his opinions clearly. He states his opinions clearly.
Она изложила свою позицию судье.
She stated her case to the judge. She stated her case to the judge.
Я изложил свои предпочтения комитету.
I have stated my preferences to the committee. I have stated my preferences to the committee.
Оставаться, останавливаться.
To stay. To stay.
Она сохраняет спокойствие под давлением.
She stays calm under pressure. She stays calm under pressure.
Во время поездки он остановился в отеле.
He stayed at a hotel during his trip. He stayed at a hotel during his trip.
Они поддерживали связь после окончания колледжа.
They have stayed in touch after college. They have stayed in touch after college.
Воровать, делать украдкой.
To steal. To steal.
Воры воруют, когда думают, что никто не смотрит.
Thieves steal when they think no one is watching. Thieves steal when they think no one is watching.
Она украдкой взглянула на него через комнату.
She stole a glance at him across the room. She stole a glance at him across the room.
Он покорил сердце своими выступлениями.
He has stolen hearts with his performances. He has stolen hearts with his performances.
Приклеивать, придерживаться.
To stick. To stick.
Наклейки приклеиваются к гладким поверхностям.
Stickers stick to smooth surfaces. Stickers stick to smooth surfaces.
Несмотря на трудности, она придерживалась своего плана.
She stuck to her plan despite the challenges. She stuck to her plan despite the challenges.
Они уже много лет сотрудничают с одним и тем же провайдером.
They have stuck with the same provider for years. They have stuck with the same provider for years.
Останавливаться, прекращать.
To stop. To stop.
Она останавливается на красный свет.
She stops at the red light. She stops at the red light.
Он бросил курить в прошлом году.
He stopped smoking last year. He stopped smoking last year.
Я перестал есть вредную пищу.
I have stopped eating junk food. I have stopped eating junk food.
Учиться.
To study. To study.
Студенты готовятся к экзаменам.
Students study for exams. Students study for exams.
Она училась за границей в Испании.
She studied abroad in Spain. She studied abroad in Spain.
Он изучал этот предмет много лет.
He has studied the subject for many years. He has studied the subject for many years.
Представлять на рассмотрении.
To submit. To submit.
Авторы подают рукописи в издательство.
Authors submit manuscripts to publishers. Authors submit manuscripts to publishers.
Она подала заявление раньше установленного срока.
She submitted her application before the deadline. She submitted her application before the deadline.
Они представили несколько предложений.
They have submitted several proposals. They have submitted several proposals.
Преуспеть.
To succeed. To succeed.
Ей удается все, что она попробует.
She succeeds in everything she tries. She succeeds in everything she tries.
Ему удалось сдать экзамен по вождению.
He succeeded in passing the driving test. He succeeded in passing the driving test.
Им удалось расширить бизнес.
They have succeeded in expanding the business. They have succeeded in expanding the business.
Страдать.
To suffer. To suffer.
Весной у нее аллергия.
She suffers from allergies in the spring. She suffers from allergies in the spring.
В прошлом году он понес утрату в семье.
He suffered a loss in the family last year. He suffered a loss in the family last year.
Они достаточно настрадались и заслуживают перерыва.
They have suffered enough and deserve a break. They have suffered enough and deserve a break.
Предлагать.
To suggest. To suggest.
Он предлагает попробовать новый подход к проблеме.
He suggests trying a new approach to the problem. He suggests trying a new approach to the problem.
Она предложила отличный ресторан на ужин.
She suggested a great restaurant for dinner. She suggested a great restaurant for dinner.
Я предложил несколько альтернатив этому плану.
I have suggested several alternatives to the plan. I have suggested several alternatives to the plan.
Обеспечивать.
To supply. To supply.
Река снабжает город пресной водой.
The river supplies the town with fresh water. The river supplies the town with fresh water.
Компания поставила материалы для строительства.
The company supplied the materials for the construction. The company supplied the materials for the construction.
Они предоставили нам всю необходимую информацию.
They have supplied us with all the necessary information. They have supplied us with all the necessary information.
Поддерживать.
To support. To support.
Она поддерживает местный бизнес, регулярно делая у них покупки.
She supports local businesses by shopping at them regularly. She supports local businesses by shopping at them regularly.
Он поддержал это решение на заседании.
He supported the decision at the meeting. He supported the decision at the meeting.
Мы поддерживали друг друга в трудные времена.
We have supported each other through tough times. We have supported each other through tough times.
Предполагать.
To suppose. To suppose.
Полагаю, вы правы в этом вопросе.
I suppose you're right about that issue. I suppose you're right about that issue.
Она предполагала, что он придет вовремя.
She supposed that he would arrive on time. She supposed that he would arrive on time.
Они предполагали, что проект к настоящему времени будет завершен.
They have supposed that the project would be finished by now. They have supposed that the project would be finished by now.
Выживать.
To survive. To survive.
Только самые сильные растения выживают в условиях пустынного климата.
Only the strongest plants survive the desert climate. Only the strongest plants survive the desert climate.
Он пережил аварию, получив лишь легкие травмы.
He survived the accident with only minor injuries. He survived the accident with only minor injuries.
За свою карьеру она пережила множество испытаний.
She has survived many challenges in her career. She has survived many challenges in her career.
Ездить принимать.
To take. To take.
Он каждый день ездит на работу на автобусе.
He takes the bus to work every day. He takes the bus to work every day.
Сегодня утром она приняла лекарство.
She took her medicine this morning. She took her medicine this morning.
Они пошли на большой риск, начиная свой бизнес.
They have taken a lot of risks to start their business. They have taken a lot of risks to start their business.
Говорить.
To talk. To talk.
Каждый вечер она разговаривает с матерью по телефону.
She talks to her mother on the phone every night. She talks to her mother on the phone every night.
Он поговорил с менеджером об этой проблеме.
He talked to the manager about the issue. He talked to the manager about the issue.
Я разговаривал с несколькими экспертами по поводу этой проблемы.
I have talked to several experts about this problem. I have talked to several experts about this problem.
Учить.
To teach. To teach.
Он преподает математику в местной средней школе.
He teaches mathematics at the local high school. He teaches mathematics at the local high school.
Она преподавала английский язык в Японии в течение 2 лет.
She taught English in Japan for 2 years. She taught English in Japan for 2 years.
За эти годы они обучили множество студентов.
They have taught many students over the years. They have taught many students over the years.
Рассказывать.
To tell. To tell.
Она говорит правду, даже когда это тяжело.
She tells the truth, even when it's hard. She tells the truth, even when it's hard.
Он рассказал анекдот, который рассмешил всех.
He told a joke that made everyone laugh. He told a joke that made everyone laugh.
Я рассказал вам все, что знаю по этому поводу.
I have told you all I know about the matter. I have told you all I know about the matter.
Иметь склонность ухаживать.
To tend. To tend.
Он склонен обдумывать решения.
He tends to overthink decisions. He tends to overthink decisions.
Все лето она ухаживала за садом.
She tended the garden all summer. She tended the garden all summer.
Они ответственно подошли к своим обязанностям.
They have tended to their duties responsibly. They have tended to their duties responsibly.
Тестировать.
To test. To test.
Лаборатория проверяет новое лекарство на безопасность.
The laboratory tests new medicines for safety. The laboratory tests new medicines for safety.
Она проверила воду на наличие примесей.
She tested the water for impurities. She tested the water for impurities.
Он испытал несколько прототипов.
He has tested several prototypes. He has tested several prototypes.
Благодарить.
To thank. To thank.
Благодарю вас за сотрудничество.
I thank you for your cooperation. I thank you for your cooperation.
Она поблагодарила хозяина за прекрасный вечер.
She thanked her host for the lovely evening. She thanked her host for the lovely evening.
Они много раз благодарили нас за помощь.
They have thanked us many times for our help. They have thanked us many times for our help.
Думать, считать.
To think. To think.
Она думает, прежде чем говорить.
She thinks before she speaks. She thinks before she speaks.
Он считает, что фильм превосходен.
He thought the movie was excellent. He thought the movie was excellent.
Я подумал о том, что ты сказал.
I have thought about what you said. I have thought about what you said.
Бросать.
To throw. To throw.
Игроки бросают мяч во время игры.
Players throw the ball during the game. Players throw the ball during the game.
Она выбросила бумагу в мусорное ведро.
She threw the paper into the trash bin. She threw the paper into the trash bin.
Он организовал множество успешных вечеринок.
He has thrown many successful parties. He has thrown many successful parties.
Касаться.
To touch. To touch.
Дети ко всему прикасаются, когда учатся.
Babies touch everything as they explore. Babies touch everything as they explore.
Она прикоснулась к ткани, чтобы почувствовать ее текстуру.
She touched the fabric to feel its texture. She touched the fabric to feel its texture.
Я затронул основные моменты презентации.
I have touched upon the main points in the presentation. I have touched upon the main points in the presentation.
Тренировать.
To train. To train.
Спортсмены усердно тренируются, чтобы улучшить свои результаты.
Athletes train hard to improve their performance. Athletes train hard to improve their performance.
Он научил свою собаку приносить газету.
He trained his dog to fetch the newspaper. He trained his dog to fetch the newspaper.
Она обучила множество сотрудников обслуживанию клиентов.
She has trained many employees in customer service. She has trained many employees in customer service.
Путешествовать.
To travel. To travel.
Она много путешествует по работе.
She travels extensively for work. She travels extensively for work.
Прошлым летом он путешествовал по Европе.
He traveled to Europe last summer. He traveled to Europe last summer.
Они побывали более чем в 50 странах.
They have traveled to over 50 countries. They have traveled to over 50 countries.
Относиться, угощать, обрабатывать.
To treat. To treat.
Врачи относятся к пациентам с уважением и заботой.
Doctors treat patients with respect and care. Doctors treat patients with respect and care.
Она угостила его ужином на день рождения.
She treated him to dinner for his birthday. She treated him to dinner for his birthday.
Мы обработали древесину, чтобы предотвратить гниение.
We have treated the wood to prevent rot. We have treated the wood to prevent rot.
Пробовать.
To try. To try.
Он каждый день пытается узнать что-то новое.
He tries to learn something new every day. He tries to learn something new every day.
Вчера вечером она впервые попробовала суши.
She tried sushi for the first time last night. She tried sushi for the first time last night.
Они пробовали различные методы решения проблемы.
They have tried various methods to solve the issue. They have tried various methods to solve the issue.
Превращаться, меняться.
To turn. To turn.
Осенью листья становятся красными и желтыми.
Leaves turn red and yellow in the fall. Leaves turn red and yellow in the fall.
Перед уходом он выключил свет.
He turned off the lights before leaving. He turned off the lights before leaving.
Она превратила бизнес в успех.
She has turned the business into a success. She has turned the business into a success.
Обнаруживать.
To uncover. To uncover.
Археологи обнаруживают на этом месте древние артефакты.
Archaeologists uncover ancient artifacts at the site. Archaeologists uncover ancient artifacts at the site.
Следствие выявило доказательства правонарушений.
The investigation uncovered evidence of wrongdoing. The investigation uncovered evidence of wrongdoing.
Они раскрыли множество тайн исторических архивов.
They have uncovered many secrets from the historical archives. They have uncovered many secrets from the historical archives.
Переносить, подвергаться.
To undergo. To undergo.
Пациент проходит лечение каждую неделю.
The patient undergoes treatment every week. The patient undergoes treatment every week.
В прошлом месяце ей сделали операцию.
She underwent surgery last month. She underwent surgery last month.
За последнее время город претерпел серьезные изменения.
The city has undergone major changes recently. The city has undergone major changes recently.
Понимать.
To understand. To understand.
Она понимает, как важно приходить вовремя.
She understands the importance of being on time. She understands the importance of being on time.
Он понял инструкции после того, как их объяснили еще раз.
He understood the instructions after they were explained again. He understood the instructions after they were explained again.
Они осознали все риски, связанные с этой процедурой.
They have understood all the risks involved in the procedure. They have understood all the risks involved in the procedure.
Предпринимать.
To undertake. To undertake.
Исследователи проводят исследования, чтобы обнаружить новую информацию.
Researchers undertake studies to discover new information. Researchers undertake studies to discover new information.
Она с большим энтузиазмом взялась за сложную задачу.
She undertook a difficult task with great enthusiasm. She undertook a difficult task with great enthusiasm.
В этом году он реализовал множество проектов.
He has undertaken many projects this year. He has undertaken many projects this year.
Аннулировать, развязывать.
To undo. To undo.
Одна ошибка может свести на нет всю нашу тяжелую работу.
One mistake can undo all of our hard work. One mistake can undo all of our hard work.
Она развязала узлы на веревке.
She undid the knots in the rope. She undid the knots in the rope.
Они отменили изменения, внесенные предыдущей администрацией.
They have undone the changes made by the previous administration. They have undone the changes made by the previous administration.
Развиваться, развертывать.
To unfold. To unfold.
События в фильме развиваются быстро.
Events unfold quickly in the movie. Events unfold quickly in the movie.
Сюжет разворачивался неожиданным образом.
The plot unfolded in an unexpected way. The plot unfolded in an unexpected way.
С момента открытия развернулась новая история.
A new story has unfolded since the discovery. A new story has unfolded since the discovery.
Объединять.
To unite. To unite.
Общие цели объединяют членов команды.
Common goals unite the team members. Common goals unite the team members.
Она объединила две враждующие семьи.
She united the two feuding families. She united the two feuding families.
Они объединились в своих усилиях по улучшению общества.
They have united in their efforts to improve the community. They have united in their efforts to improve the community.
Обновлять.
To update. To update.
Приложение обновляется автоматически, когда доступна новая версия.
The app updates automatically when a new version is available. The app updates automatically when a new version is available.
Она обновила свое резюме, указав последний опыт работы.
She updated her resume with the latest job experience. She updated her resume with the latest job experience.
Я обновил отчет самыми последними данными.
I have updated the report with the most recent data. I have updated the report with the most recent data.
Улучшать.
To upgrade. To upgrade.
Он регулярно обновляет свое компьютерное оборудование.
He upgrades his computer hardware regularly. He upgrades his computer hardware regularly.
Она повысила класс своего рейса до первого класса.
She upgraded her flight to first class. She upgraded her flight to first class.
Они модернизировали систему безопасности здания.
They have upgraded the security system of the building. They have upgraded the security system of the building.
Призывать.
To urge. To urge.
Активисты призывают общественность голосовать.
Activists urge the public to vote. Activists urge the public to vote.
Он посоветовал ей подать заявку на работу.
He urged her to apply for the job. He urged her to apply for the job.
Она призвала нас учитывать воздействие на окружающую среду.
She has urged us to consider the environmental impact. She has urged us to consider the environmental impact.
Использовать.
To use. To use.
Она использует планер, чтобы организовать свое расписание.
She uses a planner to organize her schedule. She uses a planner to organize her schedule.
Он использовал карту, чтобы ориентироваться в городе.
He used a map to navigate the city. He used a map to navigate the city.
Они использовали этот метод в течение многих лет без каких-либо проблем.
They have used this method for years without any problems. They have used this method for years without any problems.
Использовать.
To utilize. To utilize.
Компания использует новейшие технологии.
The company utilizes the latest technology. The company utilizes the latest technology.
Она использовала свои навыки, чтобы заключить контракт.
She utilized her skills to secure the contract. She utilized her skills to secure the contract.
Мы использовали обратную связь для улучшения наших услуг.
We have utilized feedback to improve our services. We have utilized feedback to improve our services.
Посещать.
To visit. To visit.
Туристы посещают музей ради его знаменитых картин.
Tourists visit the museum for its famous paintings. Tourists visit the museum for its famous paintings.
На выходных она навестила бабушку и дедушку.
She visited her grandparents over the weekend. She visited her grandparents over the weekend.
Они посетили нескольких врачей, чтобы получить заключение.
They have visited several doctors for opinions. They have visited several doctors for opinions.
Голосовать.
To vote. To vote.
Граждане голосуют на выборах, чтобы выбрать своих лидеров.
Citizens vote in elections to choose their leaders. Citizens vote in elections to choose their leaders.
Впервые он проголосовал в прошлом году.
He voted for the first time last year. He voted for the first time last year.
Я голосовал на всех выборах с тех пор, как мне исполнилось 18.
I have voted in every election since I turned 18. I have voted in every election since I turned 18.
Ждать.
To wait. To wait.
Он ждет автобус каждое утро.
He waits for the bus every morning. He waits for the bus every morning.
Она ждала несколько часов, но он так и не появился.
She waited for hours, but he never showed up. She waited for hours, but he never showed up.
Они достаточно долго ждали повышения.
They have waited long enough for a promotion. They have waited long enough for a promotion.
Гулять.
To walk. To walk.
Она гуляет со своей собакой 2 раза в день.
She walks her dog twice a day. She walks her dog twice a day.
Вчера он шел на работу.
He walked to work yesterday. He walked to work yesterday.
Я уже много раз проходил этот путь.
I have walked this path many times before. I have walked this path many times before.
Хотеть.
To want. To want.
Она хочет начать свой собственный бизнес.
She wants to start her own business. She wants to start her own business.
Он хотел стать врачом.
He wanted to become a doctor. He wanted to become a doctor.
Они давно хотели посетить Италию.
They have wanted to visit Italy for years. They have wanted to visit Italy for years.
Предупреждать.
To warn. To warn.
Знаки предупреждают о том, что впереди крутой обрыв.
The signs warn of a steep cliff ahead. The signs warn of a steep cliff ahead.
Она предупредила его о возможных рисках.
She warned him about the risks involved. She warned him about the risks involved.
Он несколько раз предупреждал нас о последствиях.
He has warned us several times about the consequences. He has warned us several times about the consequences.
Мыть.
To wash. To wash.
Он моет машину каждые выходные.
He washes his car every weekend. He washes his car every weekend.
Она мыла посуду после ужина.
She washed the dishes after dinner. She washed the dishes after dinner.
Они помыли руки.
They have washed their hands of the matter. They have washed their hands of the matter.
Смотреть.
To watch. To watch.
Она смотрит новости каждый вечер.
She watches the news every evening. She watches the news every evening.
Он наблюдал восход солнца с вершины холма.
He watched the sunrise from the hilltop. He watched the sunrise from the hilltop.
Я посмотрел этот сериал от начала и до конца.
I have watched that series from beginning to end. I have watched that series from beginning to end.
Если вам нравится наш контент, вы заинтересованы в обучающих материалах премиум-класса и хотели бы поддержать нас, станьте нашим покровителем на Patreon прямо сейчас. Мы очень ценим вашу поддержку. Ссылку вы найдете в описании этого видео.